Just realized I haven't fixed it. Oh no! Fixing. Nope. Why do you not find me? Okay, that's working, obviously. Oh, we have one. Hey, welcome in everybody. I am Dissinger, your Lord of Sloth Variety Cast streamer that deals in Metroidvanias, roguelikes, Soulsborns, you name it, I play it. We're getting down on Persona 5. So let's go ahead and get this all set up and ready to go. I know, I am late today, guys. I am really sorry. Let's go ahead and get this going. There we go. Slowly we file in. Don't worry, I'll be doing a little something to give you guys plenty of time to catch up to me. Okay, we're gonna load up our game. We're in the Shujin classroom. Yep. We're still sub 100 somehow. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. But we're gonna go to the hideout in the attic.
We're all here.
For sure, let's get in there and do what we can before our last job. Yes, it matters not how the public views us, let's help those in trouble. Today seems like a perfect day for us to go to Mementos.
Listen up.
This is a ex-mercenary assassin. He acts like a homeless man, but secretly carries out assassination contracts. If not even the police can deal with him, it's time for us to step in. Okay, there's still more. Couple related to Kawakami's former student. They were quite a foul pair of people. They're using the incident where that child died to try and extort money from Kawakami. Using a deceased child to do it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I've got 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right, let's go.
We're going to Mementos. This should give us a little time until I beat... Yeah, we got a new group. We got a new section. Okay. We must still be on the rise, even if it's because of our bad reputation. Yeah.
I'm ready. Let's go. Do you need something?
We're gonna free up some Persona slots.
You sir.
Time for some They will be reborn anew.
I don't need you.
This shall be the reason. Now be reborn.
Okay, that's that one. Next up. Oh, Garuda's actually got some stuff. Hierophant's done, so we can do cleave.
So, this is what it will be. This may prove somewhat extreme.
Okay. And let's power up.
Power requires sacrifice. Is that
Soft.
enough?
Oh wait, no, the Emperor is Yusuke. Justice's power, which is Sai Tower. Chariot can go.
What are you waiting for?
This is what it shall be. Let these powers unite.
Okay, let's do this. Triple down. Yes. Okay, we've got 4 slots. That should be enough for now.
Already? What? No slacking off.
Alright.
Well then.
Chemda. Who's in Chemda? We got this guy.
Now just don't lose. It's weak to nuclear moves. Let's end this quickly.
I got a nuclear match for you.
There.
Add a match.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Do it.
He's dead. He's only a level 18. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, You,
didn't stand a
you don't get
chance.
anything.
Bored now. Go find a strong enemy.
Okay, it's either here or it's the very end.
Then
Okay.
then
Let's go. I think we can now break this guy's... Oh, it's the couple. Okay, cool. They're blackmailing that teacher, Kawakami, by using the incident where their child died. But Miss Kawakami did nothing wrong, right? We have to help her. Are you ready? Let's go. Yeah, their literal argument was if you hadn't gotten him so concerned about school, he wouldn't have been so tired that he would have gotten in that accident in this rainstorm. There's no reason for me to be targeted, though. I don't need no change of heart. That incompetent teacher is so worthless. She should be grateful to be a source of income for me. You're incompetent.
You little twit.
Kawakami got in my way. I was going to use what happened to my son to get back at people. I'm not going to lose. I won't lose to elitists like you. Don't like your attitude. Take him down.
Persona! Go down!
Persona! Prepare yourself!
You bastards, they took us down. It has begun. I'm just clearing out a couple of things. You're looking down on me too? Deep down inside you're laughing at me, aren't you? Name brands, aesthetic appointments, without them people will laugh. What are you talking about? We're terrible human beings. Our son Takai and his real parents were different. His parents were both high-level elites at big-name corporations, always looking at us coldly. That's why I let our son experience what it's like to be forced to grovel. It felt nice to see him gradually break down from working so much. You're terrible human beings. I guess this is why everyone looked down on us. I'm not sure how if his birth parents really looked down on us. I was happy as long as I was with Toshio, but I forgot about it and became obsessed with money. Taiki really was a good kid. Okay.
All right.
Let's keep going. Oh, I should have gone back to the entrance, because then I could have gone to the... Oh well. The next floor is the exit anyway.
Now's our chance. Beat him up.
Persona! Go down!
Joker beat 2 enemies. Time for my soda. One enemy remaining. Just a little more. We're done here. Let's go. Just like I thought.
Alright.
Okay.
The enemies are gone. We can move ahead. Oh,
There's our way down. Okay, and then we're in the path of Kaido. Okay, our other 2 targets are in this area. Let's Let's get deeper, yo.
Then
Okay, one's on this floor.
now's our chance.
Persona! No.
Don't use bless attacks. Try something else.
Persona! Buzz! Ravage them!
Killer teddy bear.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool. Beat him up.
Smacked by the truck. Actually, the truck is me. Because we're driving on the subway rails, we're riding around in a car. Oh, go away.
I felt the difference in strength in that fight. Enemy ahead. Be careful.
Hi, da boy. Welcome in.
I've got the
Let's go.
Hey, you can go for its weak spot.
Go down!
Nice. Joker took one out.
Let's go!
It's... I like the combat in it because it's very fluid. Encounters usually, once you kind of get down how the system works, you can finish encounters in less than 10 seconds. If you know what you're doing, you'll like know, okay, I need to do this to go to this to do that.
Maybe I'm yawning.
See the chest there.
Oh.
Holy Shroud. Sai Magatama. Can I... Why doesn't the instant kill work? Maybe I need to be green to it?
Persona. Now just don't lose. I should have done it. Use my persona. That's useless. Persona. Eat this. Yeah, Panther.
Got him.
Got them all. Yes.
So the characters are a bunch of high schoolers. So, the main protagonist is named Joker. You can name him whatever you want. Yeah, Ren Akira, Akachi Futaba, Makoto Haru. You're missing Kasumi and... Yeah. There we go.
Then
Okay, here's the cheater again. Alright, we have a plan this time. In the Gunabout world, no one can defeat me. I didn't think you'd come back. You should have learned by now. Don't think I'll let you get away this time. Once the match starts, I'll dash at you with an infinite combo loop. I'll murder you before you can try to sabotage the match. I am invincible. No one can ever hope to defeat me. You know a lot about the game for somebody that hasn't played. Do you like watching it a lot, or...?
Joker! Hey, you guys again? It's useless no matter how many times you come!
a gamer taught you the moves to take him down, right? Teach that stupid cheater.
shot that surpasses my cheeks? That can't be true! Damn it! I'm the strongest! I'm supposed to be king! Me!
Do it.
They're done for!
Good night. Okay.
How pathetic.
How can my cheating be thwarted like this? It's not my fault. The company that laid me off, it's all because of them. I have the skills and experience, but they wanted to make the organization younger. Damn it! Damn it! Don't do this again. You better make amends for the wrong you done. Sorry, I was wrong. No fizz. Okay. Let's keep going.
Well then.
Though I will admit, even though I played it myself and watched my fiance play it, I didn't know the thing about instant kills not working unless they're a lower level.
I have something.
Is that a kill?
Now's our chance. Beat him up.
Should have.
You should have done it. Persona! Prepare yourself. For me.
I should have just done
Go!
9, and that's game.
Yeah, Panther!
There we go.
You got them all. Yes! Victory! Just like I thought.
Maybe the... Okay, so it goes red, then yellow, then blue, then green. Is there a step beyond green? Is that what we're missing? Is that what I'm missing? Is that it has to be 2 steps down?
Now's our chance. Beat him up.
Because green should be below me in level.
Weak spot. I'll use my persona. Good work, Queen. Yes! Victory! Good work, everyone.
Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right in that green's way underleveled. So that, like, if they're way underlevel, I should be able to just murder them. Okay, that's 7 of my stamps here. Yes, there is. The first ending you get if you can get at the end of this palace. So there's the one at the end of this palace. There's one on December 25th. Then there's the one for completing December 25th the way it was meant to be. Then there's the one where you accept the world as it's become, and there's one where you fight the world as it's become, and then there's the true ending. Oh, Josie's here.
Starting the search.
There's Josie, there's the stamp, there's that. Okay, cool.
Let's
Watch
go.
out! That one's dangerous. Hardcore! My other step! Zoro, show your might! One enemy on the floor. Bonafide, Monafide. I'll try. On to the next. I'll use my persona. Enough! Yes! Victory! Good work, everyone.
And we are on track to get the true ending, by the way.
Okay.
Huh?
Kamoshida, Madarame, Kaneshiro, Futaba, Okumura, Sai, Shido, Mementos, and Semester 3. Yep. Semester 3, I think I know whose it is for Semester 3, but please don't say the name if you know it for sure. I think I know who it is, but this is my first time playing Royale. I both played and watched my fiance platinum the base game, so I only know up to the end of Mementos extremely well. After we finish with Mementos, I have no clue what's going on.
Go get him, Queen! Persona! One enemy shot down. We're done here. Let's go. Good work,
Yeah.
everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I know who it belongs to. But I haven't 100% spoiled myself on it. Just some things were said that made me think about who the palace could belong to.
Now's our chance. Persona! Beat him up! Persona! Enough! One down! Go, Queen, go! Not opportunity. The baton pass. This is your chance. Hit him
Some
where it
other
hurts.
way. Persona! Ravage them!
We're done here. Let's go. Good work, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, we're up to Sai. We got 2 more to go.
Phew, the battle's over. Okay, let's get going.
That's Haranya. Yeah, we're starting to see the cells crop up.
I see the platform. Should we keep going?
Yeah. I'm more looking for the people than...
This is what I saw.
Oh, we're getting scans now. Okay, there's the hidden stamps and there's the... Okay. Alright.
Surprise attack successful. Now just don't lose.
Rush it.
Guns! You gotta use your guns! Right off their feet! Nice, Joker!
Persona!
You can hit their weakness!
There!
Looking good! Joker beat
Let's
2
go.
enemies!
There we go. Go, Futaba, go!
Kinda.
Okay.
A decisive victory. We reached the platform.
Good job. I mean, if you keep scanning the floors like you have been, we'll be great. Definitely didn't play this 15 times. Definitely.
All right.
Thank you for the alert, Tig.
Alors, you found it. I will summon the marching band.
Josie's on this floor too. Cool. Which one? He's got 3, right?
Surprise attack? Girl, just don't lose. We are the better fighters. Use fire attacks to hit his weak points. Girl, show your might!
The 3rd.
One enemy on the floor. Bonafide, monafide.
First and 3rd.
Panther's ready to pounce. Persona! Carmen! Yeah, Panther! You got them all!
Let's just do that.
Now, let's continue. Okay, let's move on.
I've seen the second on on everyone except Panopticon, I think. I haven't seen what Panopticon becomes. Actually, I think it becomes a sphere instead of the UFO with tentacles.
There's the platform. I suppose that's it for this area then.
You don't care.
Oh,
Hi, Josie.
hey, mister.
What's greed become?
Good.
Let's change mementos. That should be good. Okay. You can get a bunch of blank cards. Okay, that's the weapon. Oh, we're out. Okay. Okay, we got that. Okay.
Lately, the internet has been full of nothing but talk of the Phantom Thieves.
Sometimes it even overshadows the general news.
Perfect. Okay.
Watch out, Joker! This area's full of really strong shadows.
This must be a cognition change.
I have something.
They're still green to me, but they count as fiery.
I found a chest. What do you want to do, Joker?
We're gonna get all 3. That's a Hiranya. Nuke Magatama. Norm. Cool. So I will need 11 for the next 2 points.
Oh!
We got it. Yep.
The
Okay.
platform!
Yep. Reason to check.
Oh,
Okay. Another holy shroud.
so this is what it looks like on the subway tracks. I read the subway's been around for 80 years or so. It's older than us.
By a fair bit. There we go. Now I can do 1 point, and I need 6 more for the other point. We're almost there.
Oh, the black.
Literally just a path down. Well, that's a weird one. He should be here. Yep. Kiritani.
Yes.
If even the police can't handle him, then it's up to us to take care of him. Okay, so we're up to 2 points. I got 4 left. I think I got some coffee. Yeah. Let's do it. You're here? I bet that idiot from earlier put in a request to you. Sorry, but I don't plan on going away. You kids playing hero should go home to your mamas. You guys are more dangerous from my point of view. Look, as a mercenary, I've seen a lot of torture, and torture is all about killing the heart and soul. You've been destroying the parts you don't like in people's character. To me, that's evil. Don't be ridiculous. We're doing our best to do what's right. It's my policy to only kill on the job, but I'll destroy you if you're going to get in my way. This is amazingly underwhelming. He better be like super high level or something. And after that, I'm gonna kill off Daytime Me too.
Not bad, Mona.
Okay, he's a health tank.
There's that core. Persona. Feel my rage. Persona, take this.
Persona! Go down!
Witness my resolve.
I know, I missed out on a chance to do a technical.
Persona. Prepare yourself. That's our queen. Right now. All out attack.
Persona! North! Ravage them!
Whoa, he did that with style. Time to finish this.
Time to go.
Ultimate power. A gift as beautiful as you. Gorgeous. I won't let it go to waste. Here we go. Get a load of this. Perfect.
Okay, we got him.
Power courses through me.
Hey, listen to what I gotta say. The people I kill are all criminals. They escape the law and the police can't touch them. I'm just like you Phantom Thieves. I'm working to get rid of the evil in this world, so let me go. You're not the same of us. Sorry, we're not the same. We never murder people. No, help me. I don't want to disappear. How can you say that after you murdered so many people? You better accept that you lost already. Prepare yourself. Fine, do what you want. Remember though, evil that ought to be erased will just keep popping up after I'm gone. We'll destroy evil in a way that's different from yours, so you can disappear without worry. Yay! High counter! Okay. Back to the entrance.
Do you need something?
Alright.
What?
Pursue rehabilitation with all your
A
body
long
and
time,
soul.
inmate. Always strive for more.
Megardine, Megadolion, Repel Ice, Bless Amp, Samaricarm. It's not gonna change much
Done
of
already?
anything.
You wish to view the compendium? Take a look.
Oh, says the
This persona.
says the
correct?
leopard, right? Yeah.
This is the one?
Mm,
This persona, correct? This is the one?
Black Rider.
There is an alarm in effect. You're stopping? Justine, this one's all you.
Let's
path
grab. Yeah, I don't have the next one up, right? Yeah, I don't.
This persona, correct? I will require the proper room. You take it then.
Okay, and then
Alarm time! We're gonna strangle
we're gonna
them.
strengthen the Norns. Can't strengthen the Norns. We'll strengthen Seth
Well,
using Orlob.
This is how execution will all. Then let us begin.
Oh my god, okay. Christ. That's fine. You know what? I don't need it. My egg is useful because I need a curse skill that hits everyone, so...
Done what? Done already? What?
Okay. I want to go back. I just didn't have enough personas to care today.
True dat.
Okay.
Well then. Hey,
Yep. Cool.
whoa.
Yes.
We've already got this. Good here.
Let me explain.
Bucaramanga Supremo. The high altitude, rainy climate, and soil of Columbia Mountains create a strong foundation for their high quality coffee. Indicates the large size of the bean, and Bucaramanga is where it's grown. It has a rich, sweet taste and a mild acidity.
Yeah.
You really are something, but I won't let you have the upper hand when it comes to coffee. Although I have no doubts your skills will soon surpass my own. I'm overjoyed to have a competent apprentice. Allow me to act as your lead for a little longer.
Well then.
You have a big day tomorrow. Oh, was today the day? It kind of snuck up on me. Are you alright? I know you went to see him every day. How can he be gone? I feel so sick. There were still so many things I wanted to talk about with him. Why can't he stay forever? What am I supposed to do now? Man, you really are a serious case. Welcome in, Papa.
Don't forget to search his corpse for anything
But it
useful.
seems like you
because
aren't
that's
alone.
not a
He was
weird
pretty
thing to do at
popular with
all.
girls.
Ah. Good morning. I know this is last minute, but if it's possible,
Okay.
could you
No
come
problem.
see me during lunch today?
I'm free for lunch.
Glad to hear it. I wanted to discuss something with you, since it'll be our last chance to do so here.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, my time here at Shujin is coming to an end today. It's quite the sad affair.
So he showed up right after the first palace, and he was supposed to be a guy, a sort of school counselor to help people get through the trauma that Kamoshida basically dumped all over the school. Oh,
I do have a
no
farewell
problem.
speech to give the school at morning assembly, but I'd also like to speak with you individually. Considering the occasion, lunch is on me. I'll have something special waiting for you, so you look forward to that. Well, I'll see you later.
Well, there you go.
Dr. Mark, he's really leaving.
It's already been half a year, huh? That sure went by fast.
And finally, we would like Dr. Maruki to share a few last words with the student body.
Later, y'all bitches. Fuck y'all. Peace.
Well, Doctor, if you will.
Good morning, everyone. As the Vice Principal has mentioned, today marks the end of my tenure at Shujin Academy. Over the past several months, I've come to learn about all sorts of conflicts that you students have faced this year. Troubles with romance, with studies. In fact, some of you have financial issues that are awfully similar to my own. But before I leave here, I want to offer you a final piece of counseling. If your situation ever becomes too painful to endure, remember, it's okay for you to escape your problem. I don't want a single one of you to think that an unfair reality you've been forced into is the only one that you have to live.
It's okay.
What I'm trying to say is, even if your life is full of worries, it's best for you not to obsess over them. Your existence in this world is an amazing miracle. You deserve to spend
Oof.
I guess things don't always pan out like you expect. Well, that's it. Thank you for having me here this year. Good luck to you all.
Oof.
Dr. I wanted to thank him personally, but it may be best to hold off on that for a bit. I doubt we could get a word in edgewise anyhow.
I mean, every member of the Phantom Thieves had a chat with Maruki.
Thank you for coming here. Since this is about to be my last meal at Shujin, I've brought the best lunch ever. These tempura bowls are from a restaurant I've been curious about since I first came to the school. I'd always passed on it due to the price. But today is special. Not only that, I ordered the deluxe bowls for us.
Thank you.
I should be the one thanking you. All right, let's eat.
How delicious this smells.
This aroma's really triggered my appetite.
His glasses are fogged up. I like that.
Too bad I can't see anything now.
The life of a Four Eyes.
I'm so glad I splurged on that. Upscale dishes like that really do taste incredible. I wish I could just get lost in this bliss forever. Well, now that we've finished our food, let's get down to business. First off, I have quite big news. My paper's done.
Congratulations.
I've mentioned this before, but still, this is truly thanks to you.
So, I mentioned as a Phantom Thief, you know, they would take the distorted desires, and that triggered him to realize what he needed to finish his
Had
paper.
you not shared your experience and insights with me, this paper never would have been completed. Please, allow me to express my gratitude to you once more as a most helpful student of Shujin. And as a Phantom Thief as well.
What do you mean?
Huh. So you're not denying it. Why don't you take a look at the title of my paper over there?
It says, Interpreting Reality Through Cognitive Science and the Alteration of Reality via External Influence.
You know, the Phantom Thieves' act of changing hearts is rather reminiscent of cognitive science in practice. They infiltrate a reality that exists solely for their target. A reality wholly separated from the one that the public recognizes. By accessing that world, they gain the means of permanently altering their target's cognition. That is what I hypothesize as being the change of heart you induce in your targets.
You really know your stuff.
I did pour my heart and soul into this research for a number of years. To be entirely honest, it was all the way back in April, when I first came to speak with the principal here about providing counseling to you students. I actually witnessed the moment when you came out of an individual's reality like I'd mentioned. You suddenly appeared in the back alley near the school. I believe Sakamoto-kun and Takamaki-san were with you? Takamaki-san appeared to be extremely exhausted.
When On awoke to her persona.
Thanks.
Oh, there he is. Oh shit, he was there.
It wasn't long after that scene that Mr. Kamoshida had his change of heart. Beyond what I witnessed, I had also been told that you three were closely affiliated with Mr. Kamoshida in some way. At that point, I was already half convinced that you were involved. I was almost certain Mr. Kamoshida's change of heart was provoked by the three of you.
Why'd you keep quiet?
Well, I've been researching cognitive science ever since I was a grad student. For years, I've been attempting to directly interact with an individual's cognition so I can help address their pain and despair. But, for certain reasons, this research has never been acknowledged in academia.
Mainly because the government's put the kibosh on it.
Despite that, I continually pursued evidence that my hypothesis is correct. It was during that time I happened to come across the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, fresh from a mission. My heart began to dance. I thought to myself, maybe I could complete my research if I were to have your assistance.
Oh no.
That's why I approached you and your group of friends in the first place. I hadn't mentioned any of this until now because, well, I didn't want you to take it the wrong way and suspect my motives.
The research was more important than turning us in.
But I think that's everything I'd kept from you. Does that change your opinion of me?
Will you rat us
Why
out?
would I do that? I like to think of myself as someone who wouldn't sell out a person to whom I owe so much. If you don't believe what I'm saying, you're free to change my heart as you like.
Don't need to.
Thanks to you, I finally know what I need to do.
Those are some dangerous words, Teach.
I'm going to stand up to our current reality. I swear I'll use my research to make our world a better place. Though, it'll likely be through different means than how the Phantom Thieves reform members of society.
We all define justice differently.
Indeed. You have a strong moral compass, never losing sight of your own definition of justice. I'm more grateful than ever to have met a young man like yourself. Although it's not like this is the last time we'll see one another, still, thank you for everything up to this point.
Is this rank 10?
I am thou, thou art
Rank
I.
10.
Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of the Counselor, granting thee infinite power.
Raises the SP recovered from mindfulness.
All right. All right.
Vohu Mana.
I'm going to follow the path that I believe in. I sincerely hope that one day, at the end of that path, I'll be able to aid you as well. Even if you just considered it to be meddling in your affairs. Whoops. Looks like we're out of time. We'll meet again though, right?
I'm sure of it.
That's right. Hey. No, it's nothing. Best of luck to the both of us. See you around.
Several red flags during that conversation. That means we're sending out the calling card today. Police have yet to actually make a move, and I'm certain we have reached our limits. We went away as long as possible to make Makoto's sister panic, right? Yes, taking that into account today would be the best option. We can speak in more detail about this after school. Alright, see y'all at LeBlanc.
Boss said he reserved the place just for us. We're free to drink as much coffee as we want.
Don't tell that to Akechi. He'll practically have his face underneath the spigot.
Ain't this place always empty, though?
I'm telling boss.
Everyone here is a witness.
I was just joking.
We're supposed to be discussing where we should send the calling card. Considering how big the hype's gotten, she'll probably just think it's a prank, won't she?
I could always
Not
put it
really.
on Sai-san's desk. People know me there, so I could gain access easily.
That's not a good idea. If you're the only one who can get in there, it'll be easily traced back to you. I'll do it. I can just tell her it came for her in the mail. That would be the least risky method, no matter what she asks. I'll tell her I don't know anything. But Makoto, that's...
You're our leader, so this will be up to you. Should we leave the calling card to Makoto?
I trust her with it.
Is that really the only way? I'll be okay. I've already traversed far more dangerous ground than this.
I mean, she did hack her sister's laptop and steal
We'll
the
leave it
data.
to you, then. Thank you for agreeing to this. I will need to step up my game as well to make up for it.
Very well, then. We'll enter from in front of the courthouse. Does 6 o'clock in the evening work for everyone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. Same as always. Well then, let's get ready for tomorrow. Dismissed.
That's after school. Now we have the evening. One last moment.
Okay.
All that's left is to carry out the operation that Makoto outlined earlier.
Anyway.
Now, we just need to hand it over as long as we can get it to Nijima.
Madame Sae Nijima, a great sinner of jealousy. You have lost yourself amidst your obsession with success. For its sake, you are even willing to promote injustice as justice. From the Phantom Thieves.
I found it in our mailbox.
To think they would send me one. They brand me a criminal and plan to change my heart? What nonsense! They only care about disposing of those who are an inconvenience for them. Fine. I'll just have to catch them first.
And when you do, you're going to interrogate them, right? In some kind of underground room, was it?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I just remembered you mentioning something like that before.
That's right. It will be in a special interrogation room underground. My time will be limited, but I will do whatever it takes to make them divulge their secrets.
Let's do this fair and square.
There we go. She just about threw a temper tantrum.
I should probably be getting back. It's late, but I should contact the director and let him know about this calling card. I expect things will calm down a little once this case is over. Once that happens, why don't we go on a trip to some hot springs? Just the two of us.
Sis. I'm on your side. I won't let anyone do anything to you.
What an odd girl.
You called her
Do
useless.
you need to make a call? I'll head up to my room then.
I'm sorry for calling so late. This is Nijima. There's something I need to inform you of. I received a calling card from the Phantom Thieves. It was addressed to me directly and... Stand by? And you've transferred command of the investigation to someone else? No, of course not. Yes. I understand. I'll remain on standby until further instructions. Please excuse me.
Okay.
Sorry for the wait. I believe it went well. Thanks, Mako-chan. It's all going according to plan then. So it's finally come to this. I actually feel somewhat nervous. Don't freak out so much you screw up, alright? You're one to talk. I ask that you go easy on me. Well then, see you tomorrow. Hold on a sec. Crow, go over the operation again before you leave. Is it just as we discussed earlier, is it not? This bet will decide our future. We must ensure we're fully prepared beforehand. Very well. The objective is stealing Saison's treasure. We will meet at the courthouse at approximately 6 p.m. Good. Want to give us one last word before we go, leader? Let's go all out. We'll be relying on you. What a wonderful, trusting relationship. I will do my best in this as well.
All right. We can't. Tomorrow's a big day.
Yeah, I can go around.
Okay.
Come on. Is there... No, there isn't. Okay, cool.
Hey, wait!
Damn it. Can I call... Save that for another time. Leftover curry ingredients. Let's make some curry. I'm about to head home, but careful with the stove, alright? What's that sticky sauce you added? Honey is a flower nectar collected by bees. When used as a secret ingredient in curry, it softens the meat and adds sweetness. Honey can add depth to a curry's flavor profile without weakening the spice. The spicier the dish, the greater the effect. Honey would go so well with spicy curry. You learn something new every day. You throw it all together with such gusto. Could it be that the secret ingredient is confidence? Guts. Nice. This curry's smelling good. Definitely will be a hit. Okay, so now I have to beat Sai.
Yes.
And after I beat Sai, the plot twists.
Well then.
Okay. Got a big day tomorrow. We made Master Coffee and Master Curry. Excellent. Here we go.
The day has come. Are you all prepared?
What of the calling card, Makoto?
I showed it to Sis. She took it from my very own hands. Makoto.
I understand how you feel, but you mustn't be so downtrodden.
Yeah, if we screw this up, we're done for. It's way more than losing the place we belong. We could even lose our lives here, you know.
It'll be all right. I want to save my sister, no matter what. Is everyone decided? Mm-hmm. All's well that ends well. So much has happened since we first started. You guys have become quite the reliable team. All right, Joker. This is the Phantom Thieves' final heist. Give us the signal.
It's showtime.
Let's do this. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, it's all sold out. Cool.
I should write something.
Save here, just in case.
Let's go.
Oh, I forgot. I'm setting up for a specific party. Stats. No on, yes Ryuji. No Makoto. Let's go. We have Ryuji. Yeah, we'll go that. We have more Gunna, so yeah, we're good. Just as dangerous.
Whoa!
It's gone. Seems you came just as I had planned. No, was the treasure put on display to lure us here? So that's why we could faintly see its shape. First off, allow me to compliment you. I never expected you would be able to make it this far. We would much rather have the treasure than your words of praise. Where did you hide it? Come, we shall put an end to this once and for all. Let's go after her.
I can see it.
Nothing there. Here we go.
Do you have a moment?
Of course. Okay.
What kind of game will it be this time? No matter what you bring out, we will emerge victorious.
You're making a grave mistake if you think you have me cornered. I only guided you here because this place allows me to fight to my heart's content.
Sis.
When my father died in the line of duty, I hated his killer from the bottom of my heart. Dying to uphold justice sounds virtuous, but the ones left behind have to clean up the mess. Can you imagine the hardships I had to endure?
Perhaps I had overestimated her. I thought her reasoning would have been more noble somehow.
She's lost control. This is wrong.
Justice cannot yield to evil. I must win, no matter what.
This is nothing more
Okay.
than self-righteousness.
All we need to do to determine who is right is battle.
Here we go.
Now, why don't we begin?
What?
Is this?
A giant roulette table.
Strength is simply uncalled for on this stage.
What is she intending?
No more coins or playing games. We ain't following your damn rules.
Oh, you will. There is no room for negotiation. You will know soon enough.
What was that?
Now come at me.
You'll save her, right?
Here we go.
All right, everyone. Be on alert.
May the best player win.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do this.
You oppose us.
May the best player win.
Bet HP.
What the?
If it lands on anything but a green, we lose, if I remember
Now
correctly.
let's play a game of roulette. The stakes will be our lives. Of course, acts of violence are forbidden here. One must follow the rules.
We already told you. There's no way we're gonna follow your rules anymore.
That's fine by me. Such troublesome people will just face the penalty.
There's a penalty for not spinning the roulette. What should we do?
Gotta play by the rules.
You will predict which pocket the ball will fall into. Now, the time has come for our first round. Choose where you will place your bet.
I'm almost positive she's going to try and cheat. But even if we bring that up, she'd just ignore us. We should go along with the game for now, and try to gain evidence on her methods of cheating.
I agree.
Okay.
Well, how will you bet?
Let's go red.
Have you made your decision? Then let's see the results.
I saw that. Yeah.
Lost. You think... Really? How is she... See, you're right. It did seem like the ball floated for a split second there.
How humiliating.
Let's catch her in the act so she can't talk her way out of it. Have someone snipe the pocket when that glass lid appears. You're in charge of choosing who...
We don't want to let her keep scamming.
Okay.
I can go
Yes.
whenever.
I'll show off my perfect accuracy. As long as I get close, even this gun.
I can go whenever. That's right.
Cool.
May the best player win.
Now we're betting money.
The stuff displayed on the monitor changed. That must mean the betting changes every time. Time for my donut! Ha! I appreciate
Not an attack. Can't get mad.
The sniper is in their designated spot. All that's left is to wait for the next roulette spin.
Very well, time to make your bet. Well,
Okay.
how will you...
There we go.
Hopefully your prediction will be correct this time.
Got him.
What?
Joker! What was that about fair and square? You were totally cheating. You coward! What are you so quiet for? Say something!
Shut up! Shut up!
Here we go.
Sis?
Cheating? Unfair? Silence! This is my world! I am the law! I am everything! No one in this world deserves to win except for me! If you still dare to defy my justice, then prepare to be totally crushed!
This is my sister's true nature? No! We're finally back to a normal fight. Good luck, Joker.
It also makes me wonder how...
Wait! The roulette panels!
How about
Yeah, they
this?
change.
She's way more powerful than before. Don't underestimate her. Witness my resolve. Take this.
Behave yourself!
Persona. How's this?
Okay. Where's it stopping? Wind.
My justice has revealed to me. I must judge evil like a furious tempest.
Crap.
Wind here. She's going to come out of the wind. Stand firm.
Go down.
Let's go. Back in action. Payback time. Queen's in trouble. Hot for my bad.
Okay, there we go.
I'll use my persona. Prepare yourself.
She should have energy showered herself.
Feels pretty good.
Come. You're mine. Persona!
Perfect. Let's just heal you back to full. Thank you.
Sorry.
Feels pretty good. Go.
Got a bait win for a reason on ya.
Persona! Ravage him! Woodland Persona! Eat this!
What was that? What are you doing? My other self. Persona, aim! Persona! Feel my rage!
There we go. Dodge. Thank you.
Persona! Marks. There.
Witness my resolve.
No crit.
Out of our way.
How about this?
She's changing her element. what's the element now?
No wind skills. It's powerful, so stay on guard.
Sona! Ravage them!
You missed?
Persona!
Let's heal everybody to keep them at full. I totally missed what element she got. I think it's still rolling, actually. So we know that one doesn't work. Let's try...
Good thing we're prepared.
Nope, resistant to nuke and psych. Fire? Now she's lightning.
My justice has revealed to me. Take this!
Down. Oh, not good.
Okay, stat increase is nullified. We're good.
I think she's about to strike us with electricity.
North! Go down! Persona!
This enemy is tough. An electric
Okay.
attack won't work on it.
Let's do this.
Here we go!
Speed Morgana.
Bonus sorry about that. Time for my soda. Persona.
Let's do this. Magic ointment.
This should do.
Only victory matters. To guarantee no matter what happens here, I need to keep winning.
Why?
Which I'm Morgana for... I think Haru's the play. Because I think she's got the magic version. Yeah, she's highly resistant to that.
Allow me.
We'll do that.
Persona. Take that.
Yeah, resistant.
Persona! Ravage them!
Resistant. Okay, hold on.
This one!
Thanks.
He's just gonna have to be a pocket healer right now.
Huh? Persona! No holds barred.
Resisted.
Persona! There!
What was that? You missed?
There!
Much obliged.
Like I said, pocket healing.
Behold!
Highly resistant. Okay.
Let's go.
How about this?
Okay, now she's rolling the roulette. Let's get Morgana back in.
Queen, my turn now.
Woodland Persona! No good?
Oh. Right. Okay.
How's this?
resistant. Okay, what are you getting this time? Almighty. Oh, that's bad.
What the?
I'm right. I'm always right. That's why I have to be the victor. All who stand in my way will be crushed. Don't stand in the way of my victory.
What? Oh my god. Okay. Do I restart from the second phase or the first?
All right.
It's the first. Okay, we got that. Yeah. Here's the fight.
Now, of course, we already. That's fine. There's a penalty for not spinning the roulette. What should we do?
Ah, so you've broken the rules. In that case, it's time you be penalized. This is your penalty.
Joker, are you alright? What?
Okay.
This is the penalty?
Those who cannot follow rules are not to be tolerated. That is simply how society operates.
Joker, your health is low. Watch out!
Okay.
Ready when you are.
Let's speed Joker.
You will predict which pocket the ball will fall into. Now, the time has come for all.
I'm almost positive she's going to try and cheat. But even if we should go...
I agree.
Okay.
Well,
Yep, we got it.
how will-
Okay.
Have you made your...
Okay. Lose. Okay.
We lost. Really?
Glass lid.
Let's catch her and have someone... You're in charge of... We must... As long as I get close, I'll carry this out.
May
All
the
right.
best player win.
Here we go.
The stuff displayed... That must mean that...
All right. So,
All right.
Good thinking.
Thanks.
there we go.
Witness my resolve.
Yeah, no reason to.
The sniper is in their designated spot. All that's left is to wait for the next roulette.
Very well, time
Okay.
to make your bet. Well, how will you bet? Hopefully your prediction will be correct this time.
All right. We win. Okay.
What?
What was that about fair?
Shut up.
Okay, she says shut up. go.
Little punks.
Go! Power up! She's way more powerful than before. Don't underestimate her.
For Seth.
I will win.
Your opponent is strong.
I don't think she has a weakness. If she did... Where's my happy bomb?
Here we go.
Nope.
Persona!
Is it...
This should do.
Yeah, she doesn't have any weaknesses. Okay. We got Sai, which means nuke. She's going after... That's fine.
She might be about to use psychokinesis.
Stay in
Can't
formation.
do Makoto yet. So...
There.
Heal Makoto up.
Persona! Satan! Taisei!
Persona!
Gardine.
She'll get yours. Make 'em pay.
Can we dodge? I mean, there's a reason I evolved you.
Girl's busy. You might not be able to land a hit. Sorry. Hard forward. My other step. Ha! She'll get yours. Make 'em pay. Persona. Take that.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Persona! Bam!
Witness my resolve. Ha!
Okay.
Persona. Out of our way.
Okay, we got that.
Let's go.
Let's see. Do I have it? Yeah.
All right.
Behave yourselves.
Hard forward. My other step. Me. Yeah.
Go get your house back.
Persona. Prepare yourself.
Little punks.
There we go.
Persona! There. Persona!
do this.
Except Almighty for one time. Cool.
I'll use my persona.
There we go. This is the second one. It's the third one that should become Almighty. Yeah, this one's electric. God damn it.
I think she's about to strike us with electricity.
It's time.
Oh, she's gonna reflect it. Right.
Persona! Let's go. Thank you.
Okay.
Go! Power up!
What are you giving us? Party attack up. I'll take it.
Persona. Persona.
All right. Let's do.
Let's rock. Using this.
Yeah, let's do that for you.
Persona!
Let's try that. She'll probably be resistant. Yeah.
Let's go. All right.
Wrong one.
There we go.
There we go. That's what we wanted. Where's the everybody?
Good thing we're prepared.
Persona. Go down. Persona. Eat this.
Let's try this.
Okay.
Sorry.
He's about to go to.
Only victory matters. To guarantee it, you have to be willing to do anything. Doesn't might make right? No matter what happens here, I need to keep winning.
Why?
How about this?
Okay, I get one chance to defend. This should be the almighty attack. Yes.
What the?
I'm right. I'm always right. That's why I have to be the victor. All who stand in my way will be crushed. Winning is all that matters.
Persona. All right.
Perfect.
Time for my persona. Take this.
Do this.
Die on my blade.
Persona! Alright.
Crit right up.
Persona! Using this!
There we go.
I'll use my persona.
Die, die, die! Hurry and die!
Woo.
Let's go. There.
Queen's in trouble.
Persona!
Time for my persona.
No. You need to use the bead chain. This is the perfect time for bead chain.
Persona. Prepare yourself.
Die on my blade!
All right, Queen.
Persona! Ravage them!
Persona. What's the plan? All right. Awaiting orders. Time to use this.
Damn it! Winning is all that matters!
We can beat
Cover
this.
for her.
Okay. Well then.
Okay.
Thank you. Mona's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're good.
Hot sword. My other step. Persona. Take that.
Die, die, die! Don't dodge, damn it!
Persona! There! What's the persona?
Okay.
Persona.
I think this will be enough.
Thanks!
Yeah. Perfect. And then if I use...
Damn it! I just need to win as long as I can win.
Sis.
Die, die, die!
Listen. Joker's on
Christ. One more.
Okay. Time for a comeback.
This isn't it. You're mine. Persona!
Coward!
Me. Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry!
Perfect.
Persona. Out of our way.
Got her. Oh my god. Everybody gets a level.
Hold up.
Okay, so severe damage. That's fine.
Whoa, a new move!
What a skill.
Okay, that's Boostadine.
Persona learned a new skill.
Diron. And, that's fine.
Oh, look! A new move!
Don't need gun boost.
Fine skill, isn't it?
Samaricom. No bless instant kill. Got it.
So I've lost.
Sis!
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Quiet!
sorry?
We'll go grab the treasure.
Makoto?
I don't think it's wrong to bring light to evils which can't be judged by law. That's all the Phantom Thieves have been trying to do too. But these aggressive investigations? Twisting the truth for your own personal gain? Please. You have to think back to the feelings you had when you first wanted to be a prosecutor. Think about your justice, sis.
My justice.
Try to remember how you used to be.
How I...
Nijima-san. She's just like my father. What caused them to change like this?
Somebody exerted external
Even though
pressure.
their own desires were the cause, succumbing to such distorted thoughts is strange. Is there another reason they don't know of?
We found it.
The investigation will now be able to proceed. The suspicions against you will be lifted as well. This deal we made was a great experience for me. To think that I, a detective, would act alongside the Phantom Thieves.
Want to continue that?
By no means. This shall be the end of our working together. That was part of our promise. You haven't forgotten, have you?
Of course not.
Alright, we don't need to stay here any longer. Are you alright? I am. Let's go. Huh? Enemy readings! When did they... They're gathering outside!
For real? What the hell's going on?
Look at those numbers.
This doesn't look good. We defeated the palace ruler and even stole the treasure, yet the shadows are still restless. It doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? There are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something. Huh? We need to go now. Those guys in black suits are almost here. We'll be done for if we get surrounded. A team this large would be discovered immediately. We had best split up for our escape. Although, we'll need someone to act as a decoy. No, that's too dangerous.
Go, everyone.
Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet. Once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
Please don't do anything reckless, okay? I'll never forgive you if you don't make it back. You still haven't
Here we go.
fulfilled our deal, remember? Even more are coming!
This truly is a painfully reluctant parting.
It seems we had best hurry.
Like, every single last one of them was like, just in case, goodbye and good luck. Here we go. We're back to the beginning of the game.
here. Move in immediately.
Here we go.
Good. Now get running.
This is our only chance.
Stay calm. You can get away now. We'll retrieve the briefcase on our end. What was that? Don't worry about us. Just concentrate on getting away. But I have to say, showing yourself above that crowd earlier was an excellent move. Nice work as always, Joker.
That skull in his...
There he is!
Alright.
Just run! Get out of there! Okay, the enemy's focus is on you. Everyone remember where we're meeting up? No worries.
Alright.
Take him down, Joker!
I am Arsene, another you that exists within. We meet once again. You have progressed well through your recollections. Last spring, you awakened to this furious power. Now, use that power and defeat the enemies before you!
Comparing Persona! No threat. Get him, Joker!
This'll hurt.
Everyone else, use Root B!
Your fate will soon be determined. Recall everything. Remember the bonds you have forged with your friends. If you are fated to continue past this point, then we shall surely meet again.
This is a hint that if you do this next part wrong, you lose.
Pull out before their backup gets here! Good. You defeated them with ease. More of them? Be careful! Joker, behind you! Go through that door! You should be able to get out that way.
Dude, can you even hear us?
Don't worry, I'm picking up everyone's voices. Just go, Joker! Wait a sec. What the? I'm getting a weird reading heading your way. Come on, run!
Okay, there he is.
I can't confirm the intruder's location.
Somewhere.
Huh? What?
Okay. Hey, you sure you came this way? I understood. I'll continue the search.
All right.
Go. I know. I'm looking for another route. Just hang on. Look up. See it. Straight from here.
Joker, stop! It's an enemy right near you.
Well, hello there.
Take on this many. Huh? Joker, that weird reading from earlier is closing in on you too.
Okay.
I'll end this right now.
Joker, it's her! She's the weird reading I've been getting!
I do like the design on her gun.
That ends today. Let's do this, Senpai!
Here we go.
The enemy readings have decreased? That's... It's been a while since we last fought side by side. But this time, it's my turn to come to your aid, Senpai. Now let's win this!
Persona! Ravage them!
Show them, Sondrion!
There we go. Okay.
That's the landing!
Beauty is devotion.
I think that's the last of them?
I genuinely have no clue what just happened, but I take it you're okay? Wait, bad news. Enemy backup's headed your way. You need to book it right now.
Please go. I'm going to make it harder for them to track you down. You still have something you need to do as a Phantom Thief, right?
I got a lot of stuff I still gotta do.
And I won't stop you. Since I'm not a member of the Phantom Thieves, I'm in no position to interfere.
Okay.
However, please don't forget the promise we made, okay?
I mean,
You need to get out of there. Go, go, go!
they made it sound so much more serious than it actually ended up being. They...
Alright, let's do it!
Okay. I mean, I guess she did ask him to... Yeah. Okay. And now we get this one again.
He's not alone. Find them and kill them all.
Something wrong? The exit should be up ahead.
You're there.
That's just how it is. After that commotion, the bottom floor's completely closed off. Hey, can you make it?
Over there. There's nowhere to run.
See ya.
Such a show off.
What a show off. You're so reckless, you know that?
Thank God he got some gymnastics training.
Enemies
Oh.
here? What's wrong? These readings. It can't be. What happened? An ambush? Joker, can you handle this?
Joker!
Oh no!
Capture him. Let's go. Go, go, go. Go over there.
Just in time for... boot to the head.
Stop struggling. Suspect secure.
Didn't expect to find some kid. You have your teammate to thank for this. You were sold out.
Suspect confirmed. Cuff it.
There we go. Yes. The story is about to progress super fast, so... Here we go. I've been beaten, forced to sign a confession, and then drugged.
Guess the drug was too strong.
Wake him up.
No
There
dose
he
of
is. Mr. Blockhead himself.
Still don't get it, do you?
Hi, Steve. Nice to see you again.
Come on,
Did you miss the ribs this time?
What? You want another shot?
No ribs, please.
Huh? What about the camera? Are you thinking it can be used as video evidence?
Of course
So
not.
You're not that dumb. Which is good. Because we get to take as much time as we need. Obstruction of justice, blackmail, defamation, possession of weapons. Manslaughter too, yeah? Talk about the works. To think that all those crimes were led by a punk like this. And you seem to be enjoying every second of it. Huh? You should know your place.
Yeah.
Sign here. It's a confession under your name. Don't expect to walk out of here in one piece. We are going to make you understand. One must take full responsibility for their actions.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is when you were supposed to put in your name at the beginning of the game.
Excuse me, but this area's off.
I'm Nijima from the public prosecutor's office.
The prosecutor's office? What business do you have here?
Just let me through. It's urgent. There's something I need to confirm with the suspect.
Nijima-san, I believe this case is no longer in your jurisdiction. Besides...
You prosecutor sign Nijima? There's a call from your director. Hurry and get it over with. To be frank, you're being an inconvenience.
I thought I ordered you to stand by.
I'm responsible for this case, yet I'm not even being allowed an interrogation?
I'm calling because I knew you'd bring it up.
I will not be convinced unless I confirm it for myself. This is my case.
Good luck to you then. I won't be expecting much, though.
Get ready for one of the most convoluted interrogations ever.
Important. Your time will be cut short. We can't permit you to talk with him for long. It's for your own sake. His methods are unknown. After all, we don't even know if it's safe to simply meet and speak with him.
I understand.
Well done on making it this far, inmate. Now that you have traversed your long, perilous recollection, you truly have entered the present.
So for those wondering, up until now has been the past. We are now officially at the start of the game.
The effects of that drug are gonna wear off soon. This is your golden opportunity. You must grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin. The evil influence who wishes you dead is fast approaching. If you want to win this unreasonable game, if you wish to take back your stolen future, recall the bonds you formed with your
Gods have
allies.
spoken.
Welcome in, everybody! Mystery, you chose a doozy of a time to show up. We just beat the palace, and now we're moving on to the plot twist. Thank you for the shout out, Papa. Get ready for some of the most convoluted Ocean's 11 bullshit you'll ever see in a video game. Papa, could you also do exclamation point raid? Oh, it's deliberate and a doozy. It can be both. Por qué los dos?
And grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin.
I see. So that's what led to your ending up here. What a disappointing end to the hero of justice. I still can't believe it. But I now have a general idea of the methods you used for your crimes. There's much more I'd like to ask, but my allotted time is nearly up. I do have a suggestion, though. Care to strike a deal? If you cooperate with me, I'll consider lightening your sentence.
So, this is the first ending. If I take this deal, I die. What do you want?
I have a responsibility to solve this case. I will win, even if it means brokering a deal with you. Your operation was leaked and you failed to change my heart. There's no point in being obstinate now.
Are you so sure about
the
that?
order of this country and caused an uprising against its very existence.
That's a lie.
You'll most likely be given life imprisonment or the death penalty. Unless you accept my proposal.
Even then, I'm dead.
Going forward, I will read a list of people who are closest to you and this case. Tell me honestly whether or not the following are involved with the Phantom Thieves.
Here comes the list.
First, the friend who you've been with since the day you transferred to Shujin, Ryuji Sakamoto. One of the victims of the Kamoshida case, An Takamaki. Ichiryusai Madarame's pupil, Yusuke Kitagawa. The daughter of Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba Sakura. The heiress to the Okumura Foods legacy and daughter of its CEO, Haru Okumura. And the frequently probing student council president of Shujin Academy, Makoto Nijima.
You can tell it really hurts her to say that name.
Those are your accomplices in the Phantom Thieves case, are they not?
Never heard of them.
So you won't sell out your friends. Then let me change the question. I find it hard to believe that high schoolers could have pulled off these crimes by themselves. Were there not others outside of your direct group who encouraged your crimes or lent their aid? Not to repeat myself, but remember that your life will be forfeit if your sentence is not lightened. You had the cooperation of people outside your group, did you not? Can you tell me about them?
Yes. If I accepted her deal and I said yes, they were my accomplices, I'd be dead. No such people. That was the second time. Was there anybody involved in this? Nope, I did it all myself.
So you won't speak a word about either your teammates or your collaborators. Do you even understand the position that you're in? Let's discuss one other person, Goro Akechi. There are reports that he was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves as well. Might he be a part of your team too?
That's impossible.
So
He was never one of us to begin with.
Very well.
Yeah, Goro Akechi was Pinocchio. The one who straight up told me to my face that he hates me. He loathes me.
So be it. You clearly have no intention of bargaining with me.
I don't know a thing.
Even now, you're still acting as though you're a hero of justice. Your teammates have sacrificed you in order to escape, yet you wish to defend their honor? Why won't you talk about them?
The dirty tactic.
Don't be ridiculous. You're the one suspected of foul crimes.
Yes, they beat me up and drugged me in order to try and get a confession out of me. I signed the confession, and so I'm sitting in this room waiting. And that's when Sai comes in and starts interrogating me. And all throughout the game, she's been asking me questions about each of the cases up until now. She played she used to play very dirty. That's the reason why we changed hearts. If we didn't change her heart, there was a chance that if she could pin the Phantom Thieves on anybody, whoever she put her target on was dead. And if she didn't choose one of the actual Phantom Thieves, that meant that she would be putting an innocent person in jail and executing them for treason. You call this justice?
Then tell me, what is this justice you speak of?
Sticking to the right path.
Sticking to the right path? That's no different from us.
No. You haven't stick to the... Yeah.
Are you implying that we have no evidence on you? You're right. We have nothing. And it doesn't help that your story sounds like a fairy tale. But many people have fallen victim to this. We need to learn the truth. The truth, huh? I don't even know what's right anymore. And it's all due to your strange story.
What about the true culprit?
After all this, you're still... Are you listening? The side effects of the truth serum should be wearing off. I won't be deceived by such a poor act.
I won't be deceived. I feel like I'm forgetting something important.
You realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Hey. Can you hear me? It seems your mind is clearing up. But unfortunately, my time has run out. Although I find your story to be quite interesting, I won't be able to speak with you any longer.
We had this epiphany before we went into the palace for the first time at all. We had this epiphany. And so there's been a subplot that's been going on all through this palace. And we're just now starting to see it. That was the first time that a conversation happened and you weren't privy to what was going on in that conversation. The very first time. So we're steadily making our way forward in time from that conversation and going forward. So the first conversation was, I meant there was no way he could have spoken up about pancakes and not known I was speaking. Don't you want to win?
Huh? What are you getting at? That's right. No matter the results of this case, I won't be receiving credit. I even had to call in a large favor just to conduct this interrogation.
That's right, I remember.
How did that thing we asked you to look into go? Nijima mentioned a special interrogation room, didn't she? Good. It looks like we can make this work if we lure them there.
Hey, are you listening?
That was after our first time in the palace when we realized that the palace is very narrow. Unlike other palaces that just sprawl all over the city and redo the decor, Sai's palace was confined to the courthouse.
Our time's up. We're done talking here. Goodbye.
Do you know this place?
Do you mean this interrogation room? Why wouldn't I know about it? What an odd thing to ask. Anyhow, there's one last thing I want to ask you. There's something that's been bothering me for some time now. Recently, I was removed from my post as head of this investigation and was told to remain on standby.
She was told this as soon as she reported that she had received a calling card.
A short while later, I received word you were caught in the act, within some bizarre phenomenon. But that was all I was told. You were told someone sold you out, correct? If that's true, who could it have been? Don't you have any idea?
Sold out. That's right, there's something I need to do.
My suspicions were true in the end. Still, to think his true intention was to sell us out. All that's left is to figure out a way to hand it over. It's all up to you, leader.
Alright.
Okay then. Giving him the phone without arousing suspicion will be easier said than done. We'll be counting on you to pull this one off.
What's wrong? Might you have an idea as to who sold you out?
I want to make a deal with you.
Yes, very well. Go on. If you know something, you must tell me. I won't allow things to end like this.
She's excited. The confiscated item.
Confiscated? You mean this phone? It's yours, isn't it? I've been told the lock on it is quite complicated, but it's only a matter of time until it's cracked. What's so important about this smartphone? Are you going to unlock it and show me the data?
Let's let her sleep. She hasn't slept for days while she's been getting that app ready. Now we gotta figure out a way to show him the phone.
Show it?
That's right. I'm sure Makoto and the others told you about it. We need to show it to the true culprit. You know, the traitor.
Hey! What are you trying to get at here? And what about this smartphone?
Show it to the true culprit.
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that run, my task will be simple. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life.
Please. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to?
Not a teammate.
Not a teammate? My God.
She figured it out.
You're referring to him, aren't you?
You need to trust me.
What are you plotting? I can't even begin to fathom it. But it appears my time is up. This is as far as our conversation can go. This will be my last involvement with this case.
Oh no. You're gonna be hip deep in this.
Very well. I've listened to your whole story, so I may as well play along to the end. And that honest look in your eyes. I used to view the world the same way too once.
She said it a couple of times. It's like, I know you aren't lying. You honestly believe this all happened, but it sounds so ludicrous. I can't accept this as true, but I have to in order to keep this moving.
I'll place my bet on you.
Thank you.
I just need to show him the phone, right?
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of
If you sell out the Phantom Thieves, this never happens. If this never happens, you lose. You get the worst ending of the game.
infinite power.
Cooperate as comrades who fight for justice and seek the truth.
All right.
The worst ending is you're executed. You're gonna see. Oh, I can make Satan. Nice. You'll see the worst ending. It cuts off and it doesn't move after a certain point. You can probably figure out where.
I'll be going now. What good will this do, though?
It's necessary.
Ketchikan? Why are you here?
Why do you seem so surprised?
I needed my director to step in to get access, and I was directly responsible for this case. How did you get approval?
For the same reason you did. I am heading up the investigation team after all.
They replaced her with him.
It's only natural I'd have the right to interrogate our culprit as well, don't you think?
They assigned you command?
That was a joke.
Yep, that's Pinocchio.
I'm merely here to assist with the public security interrogation. I am surprised it's this far underground, though. There aren't any others incarcerated here, yes? Nobody would ever know if things got a little violent.
If I remember correctly, didn't you say there was another culprit besides the Phantom Thieves?
Here we go.
That was but a lie I spread to set them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I had deceived you too, Sai-san. After all, if you wish to trick your enemies, you must first trick your allies.
Fuck you, Akechi.
So it
I
was
hate you so much.
You're the one who sold out the Phantom Thieves.
I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to?
My God.
You're referring to him, aren't you?
Is there a problem?
Akechi-kun, does this phone look familiar to you?
Hmm? Excuse me? What is this phone?
It belonged to the leader of the Phantom Thieves. I believe you'll need it for your investigation.
Not personally. I was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves myself, remember?
True. This is undoubtedly a great accomplishment. Good luck in there.
Foolish woman.
Here we go. You'll know when the bad ending cuts off, because the bad ending looks exactly like this up until a certain point.
Going in unarmed to interrogate a murderer makes me uncomfortable.
Huh? What are you...
I owe you for all of this. Thanks. That's right. You and your little friends were vital to our plan, and now it will be completed. Your popularity truly was quite stunning. That just made using you all the more worthwhile.
To be fair, Sai had to act like she didn't know he had betrayed the Phantom Thieves, because if she indicated that she already knew, I don't think this would have worked. She had to make Akechi think that he had tricked her. Kinda.
Have you finally pieced it all together? Case closed. This is how your justice ends.
Welcome to the bad ending. The bad ending ends right there. Of course, he wears gloves, so he'd never leave a fingerprint on it. Yes, the true ending.
Shido-san, my job is complete.
I've told you not to call me by name. Regardless, all that's left is to deal with the remnants.
The continued deaths of these teenagers would be a bit much, don't you think? I considered making it appear they had a falling out, but that would only amplify public frenzy. It would be best to have each of them meet with an unfortunate accident once the storm blows over.
Is there any possibility they'll want to avenge their leader?
No chance. They're nothing but cattle anyway. They have no backbone without his guidance. I will keep my eye on them just in case, though.
I'll be counting on you.
They will live their lives cowering in fear of death. An apt punishment for obstructing our work.
Make sure to kill that strange cat once you find it as well.
Oh no.
Understood.
We aren't at the twist yet.
Worry about. It's merely a cat, after all.
More importantly, they should be dealing with the suicide right about now. Things will become quite busy once the word gets out, I'll need to prepare my comments on the matter.
I must be prepared to deal with it on my end as well. Beyond that, what of the director of the Special Investigations Unit?
Perhaps he'll be struck by a mysterious illness sometime soon.
Somebody been busy.
No, it can't be. Even me. God damn it. She.
What was all that about, showing him this phone? The Phantom Thief Alibaba? Who is this?
I am Alibaba, a member of the Phantom Thieves. I inquire as to your justice. Sai Nijima.
How do they know I have this?
Goro Akechi is evil. He didn't come to interrogate the captured Phantom Thief. He came to kill him.
Yeah, it's Futaba through a voice synthesizer.
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
From this point on, we're back in the game. The ending wouldn't have been a thing.
Guard either. He's an accomplice as well. Now then, I'll tell you detailed steps to take. You must save him.
You want me to save him?
She just exited.
What is it?
Nothing. Anyway, what brings you here? I thought you were done with your business.
Did anyone else stop by?
No.
Nobody?
Ta-da!
There'd be no reason for anyone else to come down here.
Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So it's all true.
Of course it's true. Is something the matter?
It's Akechi-kun. He had to take a sudden call, so he won't be able to make it down today.
Huh?
I've been asked to handle things instead.
You? But...
You know, if you stay here, they'll likely get rid of you to eliminate any evidence. I suggest you go into hiding at once if you value your life.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't say a word of what transpired here. Trust nobody. Forget this ever happened.
And now we return to our continued report. This morning, the police have announced that they've detained a suspect who may in fact be the leader of the Phantom Thieves group. The suspect is reported to be a young
Anchon,
man who is...
can I get you to look over here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So he got caught. That group sure was something.
Yeah.
So the next shoot got me thinking. How about we have you do an idle thing, you know? That cool?
What a surprise to think that the one behind all this is just a minor. But considering how quickly they announced his arrest, the police must surely be confident in the outcome of this case.
Well, I'll be. Goodness, look at you now. It's been a while, Ryuji.
Huh?
You
Yeah.
stopped visiting so abruptly, everyone was worried about you. It's your second year, right? Are you still doing track and field? I'd love to see you run again.
Also, the young man continues to remain silent, refusing to implicate any potential accomplices. However, considering the number of charges brought against him...
I wonder if something happened.
Yeah.
You seemed stumped for once. Not feeling it today?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not chiding you. Just do as normal at your own pace. With your skills, there's no need to worry about your future.
school student. How do you think he was contacting the others?
The police here can search any online communications. His accomplices may slip up eventually.
Still, it seems the Phantom Thieves' most recent targets have gone comatose. Actual harm
Alibaba.
Given the lack of physical violence, their method is still a mystery. Regardless, the police are looking into attempted murder charges.
You never turned it in? That's quite the surprise. I thought I lost it this whole time.
I'm sorry.
Well, your grades are excellent. And you're student council president. I'm sure you'll be admitted anywhere you apply. That one phantom thief should have followed your example. You hear? It seems he was caught. Some high schooler. I wonder why he turned to a life of crime.
We also received information that the young man was placed on probation for assault.
Because of his previous record, he had to leave his hometown. Perhaps his motive lies there.
I believe your father can rest in peace now. That phantom thief could never have changed anything. Only a handful of people are qualified to alter the world.
God, could you be any more of an asshole?
That's what I've heard. I make a good playmate, you know.
We have breaking news. The young man being held in custody has committed suicide. The police have confirmed his death, although details have not been released. To repeat, the suspect has committed suicide while in
Custody. This station will continue to report any further updates as they arrive.
It may be difficult to uncover his methods now. Perhaps that's why he decided to take this course of action.
It can't be.
You're shitting me. We got him.
Almost. We go back to some text.
It would seem as though you have been killed. But why were you killed? Why did you have to die? Do you remember? It seems you forgot an important fact while your consciousness was hazy. Indeed, your death was a necessity for your escape from certain doom. What a tremendous plan.
He remembered just enough to be able to escape his death, but not how it worked.
How might you be capable of executing such a feat? Well then, let us rouse the memories which are missing.
Get ready. Here comes the twist. That's right, it was during the school festival.
Hey, they're going. You realized it too, then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
He's up to something.
Probably. It was your social studies trip. We met him in the hallway of that TV station. There's no way that this is the first time he's heard my voice. This whole deal feels sketchy.
Let's do some research.
Yeah, that was my plan too. Okay, let's get everyone on the same page right away. There's something else we want you to look into. One more person has been on our mind. If it's possible, I want to eavesdrop on their phone conversation.
Yeah, he learned it himself, but the thing is, if they had the conversation, you could see the twist coming. So they start purposefully obscuring this data from you so that way you don't remember it. But if you pay attention, at the social studies trip to the TV station, Morgana talks about a pancake-shaped building. Then Akechi walks into the hallway and mentions pancakes. But Morgana is the only person in that conversation that actually physically says the word pancake. Everybody else just refers to the building as what it actually is. So that meant Akechi had to have heard Morgana's voice, which meant Akechi had been to the metaverse, which meant Akechi knew Morgana was a metaverse creature.
That'll be tough.
But he says at the school festival that he had only recently entered the metaverse. The social studies trip had been 3 or 4 months prior to when he said he entered the metaverse for the first time. You can do it, Futaba.
I agree. I'd have to plant a bug directly on the phone. So it's impossible even for you. I didn't say it was impossible. Okay, I've got a plan. That's perfect.
Keeping it a secret?
Don't worry, I'll tell you the details later.
Wonder if it'll be okay.
This is gonna be fun. I can't wait.
I see. So we're going to use this place.
It'll be a gamble. I think it's gonna work. You can't tell a thing.
Remember, Sai's Palace,
It seems you finally remember.
just in case Akechi was still hanging around in the cafe, they didn't want him hearing. They didn't want Akechi getting wind of it at all.
This game is not over yet. There are still things that must be done.
My memories are starting to become clearer. That's right. This is what really happened to me at that moment. So this is where the bad ending ends, is him closing the door and walking away. This is where the bad ending ends. Is you see this scene after he shoots him. This is where the rest of the game begins. You do not access this if you sold out your friends and your comrades. If you sell out the team, you can't get here. We still got a long ways to go before we're done with all of the explanation for what just happened. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and take these doggos outside to go potty because they are being very nice. And I want to be nice to them. So I'll be right back. Bunga! Bunga! Oh, no! Shit! He snatched me out of the air! Downstairs. There's 2 more to go. So now this is what made Ori famous, is these stupid chase scenes. Because basically, you've got to escape. And guess what? You touch that water, you're in trouble. Yeah, ballsy of me, I know. Okay. Just gotta bash our way up. Okay, got that. Oh. Come on, hit the wall. Got it. This is the secret way to kill Dragon. So, there are several missile or energy pods around that will fire energy blasts at you. You take them out, and then they leave the weird energy thing behind. If you hit that with a grapple beam while he's holding on to you, it hurts you for like a damage, but then you do so much damage. And we have... Alright. Get gentle. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're saving. Ready? Here we go. Catchy is bay. Kid had it coming. He went down easy. Got what he deserved. Hee hee hee. Stop. Okay. Stop. You can lay down. But you can't lick, okay? It feels like my consciousness is about to fade away.
Are you alright? Don't fall asleep until we reach our destination. Are you listening?
Could this be the effects of the drug wearing off? The memories I thought were gone are starting to come back.
Are you listening?
I am.
Anyway, we need to talk about how to get out of this situation. Futaba's monitoring of Akechi's phone has confirmed it. He did indeed have an ulterior motive.
It's on a completely different level than just that.
Not only was he trying to frame us, but he was the true culprit behind the mental shutdowns. His offer to assist us was simply a ploy to frame the Phantom Thieves and kill him. If we go into Sis's palace as he suggests, we'll likely be met by a large ambush of police forces.
To think he would be this far gone. I know now what it means to feel a chill down my spine. Furthermore, he wishes to bring a police squad from reality into the palace.
If the 8 of us can enter at once, it's not inconceivable to think a larger group is possible. He may even be able to bring in vehicles or other special pieces of equipment.
So, this really was just a setup to shift the blame onto us.
Yep.
He made us go after Okumura. Then once we triggered the change of heart, he killed him. And he told us he had seen the true culprit, but it was him the entire time!
The whole time he was working with Makoto's sister, he was really just some homicidal maniac. Come on, we gotta take that bastard Akechi down. Isn't that recording we got enough proof to do it?
It's proof enough to show that he had intent, but you haven't proven that he's done anything.
No, Akechi is merely a tool. His orders come from elsewhere. The grand mastermind behind this all. An unimaginable fiend capable of arranging the murder of a suspect inside of a police station.
Unless we find out who that is, we will continue being targeted even if we defeat Akechi.
But what means do we have of learning his identity?
We'll have to make Akechi say it. Though once we do, that mastermind will likely eliminate us.
I think that will be the case eventually, regardless of whether or not we learn his identity. The only reason it hasn't happened yet is because we're an easy target to blame for his crimes.
You can blame it on the Phantom Thieves.
If he realizes that's no longer possible and abandons that plan, he may opt to kill us immediately.
Because they're a threat. They know the metaverse.
Damn it. So we don't got a choice but to go with that bastard's suggestion.
No, they bugged his phone. Did you see the scene where Futaba gushes over Akechi's phone? Okay. They may show it again here. I don't know if they will in Royale or not. They were in the interrogation room. But that's something else they're going to explain.
But if we go into the palace like we're told, he'll get arrested, and then Akechi will kill him.
Palace. The palace. Actually, there's something I'd like to say regarding... Aha! We can use the palace to our advantage!
What's this all of a sudden?
There's a way. A way to get past Akechi and get the mastermind to lay off of us, all while learning his identity. Really?
You gotta be kidding me.
If he wants to kill the guy, why not let him? That is, inside of a palace. Yes, we could have him kill the cognitive version, all the while believing he killed the real one. Yeah, that's it! It seems that's our only option. Listen close, everyone. I have a plan for how we can carry this operation out.
And this is why Makoto's our tactical leader.
Ever since the death of their teenage leader, the Phantom Thieves have fallen silent. However, the police intend on continuing this investigation until the case is fully solved.
I'm sorry I'm late. I had to finish a few things at work. Where are they?
Waiting upstairs. Go tell him to come on down. I'm gonna fetch him.
You're her sister, correct?
Makoto told me everything. Futaba-chan, I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble this past summer.
It's ancient history now.
Man, that goddamn detective.
Look who's here.
Hey, you big bastard.
How've you been?
Ghostly.
You're not floating.
It truly is a relief to see her face.
I bet that moron Akechi don't even know we tricked him yet.
We're in the present. We've been in... We're now in the present.
Still, how'd you pull this off?
This is the day after my alleged assassination.
Isn't this guy considered dead?
You weren't told anything? I heard my sister brought him here, though.
Yeah, she came over in a taxi, dumped him off, and told me to keep him safe. It was right after they announced he had died, too. Almost gave me a heart attack.
I didn't have time to explain.
Hey, shouldn't we tell boss what really happened?
Yeah,
We
it's
wanted
time.
to make our enemy believe the leader of the Phantom Thieves was dead.
What?
What we did was make that enemy kill his fake in the metaverse.
Hold on a sec. Enemy? Fake? What are you talking about?
The true culprit behind all these incidents set us up. Our goal here was to determine their identity.
True culprit? I see. So you guys were going up against someone else.
It was Goro Akechi. You knew beforehand that he was the traitor, didn't you?
He messed up big time.
Himself gave us the chance to strike back.
They pulled a Ready... I haven't seen Ready Player One, so I don't know
He made one
the reference.
mistake.
Couldn't you have just said from the beginning that Akechi was the real culprit?
That wasn't something we could simply bring up. We couldn't have you suspect Akechi. Besides, neither you nor the other investigators would have believed something like that, would you?
True. Akechi was credited with the arrest of the Phantom Thieves. Not even I would think he was the culprit. In other words, you left him alone on purpose. That was a bold move.
You're gonna hear that line a lot in the next few minutes, too. Okay.
So what was this mistake Akechi made? What did he do?
He slipped up in regards to Morgana's voice.
You mean a cat?
Yes, Morgana can talk.
Sorry. Was that supposed to be a joke?
By the way, Sai should be able to hear him talk now that she's been in the metaverse, I think.
Oh, our apologies. That's completely true. You surprised?
Does that mean he said something just now as well?
Oh, she hasn't encountered him. Okay.
But you don't understand him, do you? That's how it was for all of us at first, too.
When you're in the metaverse, Mona talks like a normal person. Once you hear that and your brain realizes he can actually talk, you start to understand him in reality.
So that's the shorthand of how everybody can hear Morgana, but other people don't react to him.
It's a change in cognition, most likely.
Thanks to Akechi's lame acting, we figured out something was up.
When we talked to Akechi at the school festival, he was acting like he just realized Mona could talk. But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place! I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here!
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Mona was the only one who was talking about a pancake. That meant Akechi'd already been in the metaverse by then.
And since he was lying to us about that, we assumed he had a hidden motive behind contacting us.
It seemed odd upon further thought. His reaction to my pancake comment was an honest one, after all.
The story was too
He did
good.
approach us when we found ourselves in the worst trouble yet. That's why we asked Futaba-chan to wiretap his phone.
I pretended to be interested in checking the phone out, but I was actually planting my app. My heart was pounding while I was doing it, though.
Even that ace detective could never have imagined a program being installed so quickly. Futaba's quirky nature proved to be a great help.
That was just an act! After a few days of listening, this confirmed his betrayal.
Then I'll guide the police into her palace and have them catch the Phantom Thieves in the act. That would be the only way to arrest them, given their methods. I'll deal with them after that. Let me see. We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple.
Is this for real?
Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So they planned to get rid of that guard from the beginning.
Well then, I will make the arrangements the day after the arrest, and thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life. When he does, you will become a great hero who saved Japan from evil. As will I, of course.
I knew he was acting strangely, but to think he was this far gone.
Oh, sister, you don't know the half of it. This dude is unhinged. The other day, he straight up told me he hated my guts and everything I was.
He's no ace detective. Akechi is the perpetrator behind the mental shutdown crimes.
And if he had access to the metaverse, it means that he could have listened to the shadows of the people he was trailing, found the one that actually did the crime, and then basically, once he had the solution, reverse engineer the solution and go back through the crime and solve it that way. So his entire detective scheme was a sham. He'd cheat to get the answer, and then he'd just reverse engineer from the answer and figure things out. He got very good at reconstructing how events would have gone, but he's not that great at figuring out things on his own until he has an answer to work from.
On top of that, there's someone else commanding Akechi. Someone with great authority. So great that they can order an assassination in a police station. That's why we had to make a move before they did.
I see.
We baited Akechi into Sis's palace, making him dispose of our leader's fake, but think he killed him.
Can you elaborate on that in more detail? What exactly happened in my cognitive world?
We're sorry for using you without your permission. Your palace had all the conditions we needed.
Sai's distorted view of reality was contained to the courthouse. If you weren't in the courthouse, it looked like normal Japan. And so because of that, Akechi could be pulled into the metaverse and never realize he had stepped into it until it was far too late.
What conditions?
First, we required a place inside the cognitive world that was the same as in reality.
That place is based on the real world after all. Anywhere that's not warped looks just like normal.
That's why nobody but the person who uses the nav even realizes they're in the metaverse.
Back with Kamoshida, we came in from the station without even noticing.
That brings back
You
memories.
totally can't tell the difference if there ain't any distortions around.
We had already investigated Nijima-san's palace when Makoto brought the suggestion to us.
I was seriously impressed by that suggestion. To be honest, I didn't quite understand it, but I went along with it.
It was a great idea.
Yeah, it's good we have her heading up our operations.
Makoto is normally so calm as well, but once her mind is set, she gets oddly impulsive.
I did have a bit of a rivalry forming with Akechi.
She loved the spar.
I just couldn't contain myself anymore once you became a target, sis. The reason I joined the Phantom Thieves was to heal your heart, after all.
So when she first approaches the Phantom Thieves, she says she wants to test our justice to see if it's true, and gives us the Kaneshiro case where a local mafioso is extorting high school students for money, basically having them run drugs to a locker while filming them and paying them for doing the deed, and then extorting them with the video and taking every penny he can get.
My own achievements were all that mattered to me. I was desperate. I wasn't myself at all. I'm sorry I couldn't see that.
That goes for the both of us.
We heard from Mako-chan that you were going to do the interrogation, Nijima-san.
And regarding its location, I take it you used the data from my laptop?
I'm sorry.
Go on.
There were two things we were able to confirm while we were checking the metaverse. First, our clothes didn't change when we were down in the interrogation room.
That's why you saw them in the interrogation room. They were checking to see if their clothes changed. Because if the clothes changed, that meant that they were within Sai's palace, and Sai was paranoid enough to already consider them a threat. So if while in the interrogation room their clothes changed, they couldn't have pulled this plan off.
Second, the scenery and details outside of the palace proper were the same as in the real world.
Once we heard that from Makoto, we secretly went to check it out without Akechi knowing.
There was also one more thing we absolutely needed to make this work. A perfect cognitive replica of him in the metaverse's interrogation room.
Since he had yet to be caught, though, there obviously wouldn't be anyone in that room.
Once we saw the casino guests and police officers, we were convinced this would work. They looked no different from actual living people.
After that, we just had to work our way into the palace like usual, while keeping Akechi in the dark.
Everything went as planned up until we defeated Sis's shadow. However, it was then that we were met with a terrifying, unexpected police ambush. As a result, even though we managed to grab the treasure, we couldn't get it out of the metaverse.
Not yet.
Except that was all an act. We had prepared an empty briefcase beforehand, and merely acted like we were taking the treasure. This was because we knew the police would be coming for us.
We made sure before the operation that the police would be waiting to ambush us.
That's why we waited for the date that Akechi set. If Akechi set the date, that meant he knew exactly when we would be there and would be able to put the police into play. But if he didn't know when we were going to send the calling card, it would throw the whole thing out of whack. He may have been able to have mobilized the police in time, but there was no guarantee. So by by following his suggestion that we wait until the last possible moment to send the calling card, we were making sure we knew the time and the place that the police were showing up.
And just as expected, he totally took the bait.
Him getting captured by the police went exactly how we planned it.
And I had been interrogating him with no knowledge of this.
I mean, he had to win your trust, so telling you everything wasn't a bad thing.
But how did you lure Akechi into this cognitive world's interrogation room?
That's when you come in.
All I needed were the coordinates.
It seems like she used this laptop to remotely access the metaverse. Asking her about it now would drag the conversation on too long. I should talk to her later.
She disposed of the fake in the palace and left thinking he had been victorious. It must have been truly hilarious for our leader who sat idly in the real world's interrogation room. Surely he was acting quite cocky by himself in that quiet chamber.
So that's why you gave me your phone. I only took it because of what you told me.
I mean, that
It's
was
a
the
shame I
point.
didn't have the opportunity to see that for myself.
There was no time.
All I could do was try to handle all the messages that started coming to me on his phone. Huh. So in other words, I've been to the metaverse, albeit for a brief moment.
In our experience, there is little danger when someone enters their own palace for so short a time.
That's the other reason we had him give it to you. We needed you to listen to Alibaba, deceive the guard, and ultimately aid in his escape. By having you head back to the interrogation room, we could return you to the real world as well.
I mean, I had to think of some way to keep you from running into Akechi mid-assassination.
Huh. Astounding.
I mean, the reason why this plan gets so convoluted is they had to figure out how to avoid his death and hers. If Sai dies, it's a no-go. Makoto would have never been on board for it. So they had to come up with a plan that would satisfy that Sai was kept safe and Joker.
I hadn't the slightest idea that such a grand operation was taking place within me.
I'm so glad he was able to persuade you during the interrogation. Even though we knew Akechi's plan, we were pretty worried about that part.
True.
Why is that?
Without Sis on our side, Futaba's plan and subsequent breakout would have never been possible. That persuasion was easily our greatest gamble. We couldn't consult Sis beforehand. It was absolutely the make or break moment of the entire plan.
The only way we could get her on our side was convincing her that we could help her win.
Still, I'm surprised you could convince me in such a short time. Were you confident you could do it?
Don't remember.
Understandable.
Drugs.
Either way, I can't believe you went for such a risky idea.
If we could just tell you the true culprit's plan, I knew you'd realize the bigger picture. Realize that our leader was telling the truth, and that there was a greater evil to pursue.
As a result, we emerged victorious.
Then the reason you kept this a secret from me was so you could catch the true culprit, correct?
If you knew, and you tipped it even slightly towards Akechi, he would have caught it.
Yes. Plus, you had lost control of yourself at the time.
They were pushing you pretty hard.
This is stunning. All I can really do is laugh.
I've kind of figured out that you guys made Akechi kill a fake. But what did you do about the body?
The police never even checked it.
Huh?
They had a coroner working to ensure his death was reported as a suicide. That coroner didn't take one look at the scene and just passed along a falsified death certificate.
The bad guys have that much influence?
And then
Murder
some.
in a police station would be reckless otherwise. We also knew of a possible conspirator.
Thanks to Futaba-chan's messages and the guard's demeanor, I eventually came to understand. And since the higher-ups at the police knew nothing of this, they were thrown into disarray. As a result, his suicide during imprisonment was reported on the news, just as Akechi planned.
And with that confusion, he was able to escape with Nijima-san's help.
I made sure nobody would check the morgue for his body, and thanks to that, nobody knows he survived.
Thinking back to the interrogation, though, I can't believe what they did to him. The callous use of violence, and even drugs, is utterly abnormal.
They were really desperate to stick it on
If
him.
he had lost consciousness and hadn't been able to tell Sis about the phone, he would have died. I'm truly glad you made it back safe.
It was close.
I almost became one of your assailants as well.
Yeah, we pissed her off something great.
It still freaked me out when I saw the suicide on the news, though.
We made sure to live normal lives while he was being interrogated to avoid drawing any suspicion. Even with that, I couldn't help but worry for him in my heart.
Well, I knew right away that her plan worked out.
I wanted to believe, but considering what we were up against.
Ryuji's a bit on the dense and carefree side.
Can it, cat?
I had to be patient and avoid this place until things settled down. I finally feel relieved.
We knew he was alive, but it was difficult to not worry until we could confirm it in person.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, my interrogation was just a formality for the head commander. What a joke, letting me interrogate someone who was meant to die. They just wanted to avoid backlash. Very well.
Pretty much.
From here forward, I will do my utmost to assist you. You saved me
Thank you.
after all.
Yeah.
That's reassuring to hear.
I'll do whatever I can to help too. Just let me know. Let's take a break for now, though. This old brain is pooped.
Yeah, that welcome to Ocean's 11.
Oh, and feel free to use the first floor when you guys want to get together to talk. You'll need a hideout where you can be safe. Just say the word, and I'll close shop early.
Are you sure?
This guy can't leave. Plus, you won't make much progress if people can hear you from downstairs. It's not like this place is the liveliest joint in town. It won't be a huge loss for me.
They haven't yet. That was the whole point. The palace had to remain intact for this plan to work. So the treasure has not been removed from the palace. It has been relocated, but it has not been taken out of the palace yet. If it ever left the actual physical confines of the palace would disintegrate. So the only way to keep it intact was to keep the treasure within the palace, but keep it away from Shadow's size so it wouldn't reinstigate. She's better because we beat up her Shadow and sent it back to her. But yes, you're right. The full change of heart hasn't occurred yet.
That sounds familiar.
That sounds...
It's me, Akachi.
Enter.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is there a problem with it?
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with regard to the prosecutors.
The cause of death for the SIU director has been settled as a stroke.
I had him work quite substantially on forging evidence. His loss should be mourned.
It was thanks to his efforts that I could enter the Phantom Thieves' interrogation room, too.
The SIU is in disarray with his death. I'll take my time choosing a successor after the elections.
At any rate, I'm now praised as a hero, and I owe it all to the Phantom Thieves.
All possible hindrances are now gone. There's no doubt that this election is mine.
Drowning in red
On to
flags.
Our next story. The snap election for the House of Representatives. Discussion is swirling around potential nominees as the deadline for candidacy announcement nears. Candidates will announce on the 23rd of this month, while voting will be held on the 18th of next.
Elections, huh? Don't matter to us. It's not like we can vote in them yet anyways.
Why don't we resume our conversation?
Hold on. Oh.
Well, the Phantom Thieves are back together. We can finally take it to Akechi and the bastard backing him.
Have you figured out who's behind all this?
Nope.
Akechi accidentally let that slip after the murder.
Oh, that's right. He does say the name.
Shido-san.
Shido? Feels like I've heard that somewhere.
He is unmistakably a man of power if he has such strong connections to the police.
Shido? Could it be Masayoshi Shido?
Who? I believe he's a politician. Remember, Ryuji? You said his speech was too loud.
For real?
It's certainly possible that Shido is the mastermind.
Huh?
Do you have some kind of evidence?
Nothing material. However, there are various conditions which align with that possibility. First, he would profit from damage done to the current administration by the psychotic breakdowns. He's maintained a negative stance toward the Phantom Thieves and has gained tremendous popularity. On top of that, he'll most likely become the next Prime Minister if he wins this upcoming election.
Yeah.
No!
Did he set us up with that election in mind?
If he is behind all this, that would be in stark opposition to his honest public image.
So his current position and popularity is just him benefiting from the mental collapses.
We'll make him have a change of heart, no matter what it takes.
Mom.
Shido, huh?
What is the matter?
I had a feeling he was wrapped up in all this, just based on the connections I had from my previous job. I think the one who crushed Wakaba's research and confiscated her materials was probably Shido. From the moment Wakaba died, I had a hunch he was involved. But there wasn't anything I could do, so I chose to protect Futaba and went into hiding.
Why didn't you say that sooner?
You guys would have definitely gone after him if I had. He would have just killed all of you, no doubt. That's what he usually does to people who get in his way.
Originally, I was looking into the mental shutdown cases. It was then
Correct.
that I accidentally stumbled upon government research regarding the psychotic breakdowns. So I tracked down the whereabouts of that research data and met with the associated parties. Boss was one of those parties. I would never have imagined all of this was connected. The mental shutdowns, psychotic breakdowns, Shido, and even the Phantom Thieves' actions.
Way back when, Shido kept saying he was going to be Prime Minister one day. Nobody believed him, though.
What's going to happen to this country if Shido becomes Prime Minister? What about the world?
The issue is simpler than that. This is nothing more than yet another selfish adult trying to impose his will on the public.
We gotta expose that rotten bastard!
Yeah, we'll do it like always.
Then let's check the nav.
All right.
Masayoshi Shido, the guy running for Prime Minister. Got a hit! Well, duh. Ain't a surprise he has one.
Where would the location be?
The Diet.
What kind of things go through a politician's head?
I always think of dirty money and shady actions.
What does he do? And where? We don't got a clue about this guy's life.
His palace must be somewhere that politicians frequent. Any ideas?
The Diet.
We got a hit!
How arrogant must he be to see himself as the ruler of the Diet building?
Our next target's the big shot politician Masayoshi Shido. We're gonna do this, right?
We have to.
Hell yeah! Nobody against it?
Of course!
He will be a worthy opponent.
Let's win this together.
Time for revenge! Then it's unanimous!
All we gotta do now is figure out what he thinks that Diet building place is.
So that's the app that allowed me to enter the metaverse.
An old fart like
Kinda.
me can't wrap his head around all this stuff.
We'll have to deal with this before Election Day, December 18th. That means we need it done by the 17th.
It's best
Correct.
we hurry before they discover there's no body in the morgue.
Should we start tomorrow then? We can meet at the Diet building after school.
That reminds me, what are you gonna do about school? Can't show up if you're supposed to be dead.
Miss Kawakami said he went back home for family reasons.
Thank you, Kawakami.
I told the school.
Don't let him find out you're alive then, alright? This whole thing would be for nothing.
What do you mean?
This operation had another purpose outside of escaping Akechi's clutches. Shido tried to place all the blame on the Phantom Thieves and deceive the public at the same time. He has ruined countless lives, and even made Goro Akechi, a student, assist him with assassinations. A mere change of heart is too lenient a sentence for such an abominable criminal.
We'll be making use of the police statement that the leader of the Phantom Thieves committed suicide. Our leader, who is presumed dead, will come out of hiding to deliver a grand statement. He'll say he has escaped prison, not committed suicide, and was in fact almost killed by a criminal.
Everyone's gonna flip.
You
Yeah.
guys
It's
thought
our
of all
best.
this stuff too?
It's the best calling card ever.
We're intellectuals, you know.
That's why you needed such a daring trick as getting captured and appearing to be killed. What frightening teenagers.
But the true battle has only just begun. We won the first round, but we must stay on our toes.
Yeah, this ain't the time to be celebrating.
These people tried to trap and kill us. There is no end to their inhuman, conniving nature. We will need to be prepared for whatever may come our way.
I finally made it this far. It's already been 2.5 years since we met.
Yeah, Akechi has been active for 2.5 years. You only got started last spring.
Back then, you earned the media's attention as a young politician who could rise up against bureaucracy. Because of that, those who wanted to preemptively deal with problems tried to tie you up in scandal.
To think I would fall for the ruse schemed by those decrepit fools in power.
You didn't know better at the time.
I recall that's when you came to me. You promoted yourself saying you had special powers. If it wasn't for the research on cognition that I dabbled in, I would have thought you insane.
I made those troublesome opponents psychotic, and erased any trace of that scandal.
Who'd think that tampering with a person's heart could trigger a psychotic lapse or mental shutdown? And when someone like that said he'd support me, I had suspected there'd be an ulterior motive.
It's because I sympathized with your aspiring ideology. I believed that your ideals needed to be achieved for the sake of the country's future.
Well, my faith in you was precisely why I pulled the plug on that research. I only need you using that power. It'd be troublesome if someone else uncovered how it works.
Wakaba Ishiki, was it? That researcher. She wouldn't have had to die if she just complied.
Any suspicions should be snubbed out. Even the smallest doubt must be severed at the root. After all, we had an active public prosecutor's office director on our side, until recently.
Astounding, isn't it? To think the director himself often forged evidence to secure his promotion. He was quite surprised when you confronted him about it. He didn't know who leaked that information. Well, I got that out of his shadow, so technically speaking, he did it himself.
Yeah, like Kaneshiro said, if you know what you're doing, you can get anything. You can find out anything you need to. You can make yourself rich. You can make yourself all powerful.
This country's affairs have become stagnant. The political world is filled with old men who only act to preserve their own vested interests. The general public has forsaken such political affairs and don't even bother. Only ruin awaits us.
I must agree.
There's no need to be ruined along with such incompetent fools. I will lead this country to its revival.
Yes. Akechi killed Wakaba to bury her research on cognitive science with a P. So that nobody else could find out about the metaverse. I haven't fully decided yet. It's not Makoto. We had the chance to romance Makoto, but we have declined that one. Makoto's definitely not in.
Those who get in the way must be eliminated at times. That's the correct way to use the metaverse.
Still, it would stand out if there were continuous deaths and scandals with your political rivals. Which is why I made them suspects. Prosecute the targets that I turn psychotic, and solve them as cases unrelated to you. And thus, the charismatic ace detective was born.
Thanks to your efforts, my clean image remains untarnished, and I've monopolized public opinion. Once I gained public sentiment, collaborators from all sectors began approaching me on their own. The police were no exception. With their management in my pocket, keeping them in check was easy.
When the Phantom Thieves emerged, I thought things might become somewhat troublesome.
And they were just brats once we looked into it. All we needed to do was lay the blame on them.
When you told me that, I knew then that you were the better man.
Their popularity was a bit beyond my expectations, but flipping it made the negative press stronger. After that, all I had to do was openly berate them. I've been gaining more supporters since. The current administration is dead with ongoing scandals. Never mind the fact that they're my doing. Even the government parties have begun splitting up, and they're dissolving just as planned.
I think so. He's definitely in Code Vein. I forget the name of the dude, but he's the guy that was doing the research on all of the heirs.
The time has finally come. Just a little more.
Mito.
Take the seat of Prime Minister. However, inauguration isn't my goal. That's when everything truly begins. I'll make this country rich for the sake of its selfish and ignorant masses who can only rely on others.
In other words, you're creating a powerful country that can compete with the world.
The public resonates with my ideals and follows me. And for that, some sacrifices can't be avoided. That is my duty as the chosen one. Your assistance has been very influential in making my plans proceed smoothly. When I become Prime Minister, I'll grant whatever wish you want.
With this most recent case, my name has become known across the country, perhaps even the world. Surely my story will be passed down as a hero who won against monsters that could control people's hearts. I believe I'll lay low and devote myself to my studies.
I suppose with your age, you wouldn't come up with debauched desires.
I am thinking about the future, though.
Well, how do I put this?
That's gonna get real busy for you starting tomorrow, right? Get some rest.
Well then.
Let's take it easy for today. But even that's putting it too lightly. You had a rep in there, didn't you?
Sorry.
Only a little. And Ketchy was after you all along. I knew it was risky, but we had no choice but to depend on him. But thanks to your tenacity, you were able to fool him. It's payback time. Let's make him regret underestimating the Phantom Thieves.
So?
Oh, by the way, the police report on your death isn't going to show up at your school. No need to worry. Seems Prosecutor Nijima worked out some kind of deal with the higher-ups or something. I mean, they haven't even said anything to me, even. As long as you stay quiet, you'll be fine. And I guess if they reported your death now, they'd basically be saying you were a Phantom Thief. And they can't really go announcing what the thieves are, so I'm sure they'll avoid that.
Remember how I hijacked your phone during the school trip? That kind of came in handy.
How so?
Remember how I put that wiretap app in Akechi's phone? Basically,
Yeah.
that let me see GPS info for two phones, yours and his. I'd be able to tell the precise moment Sai Nijima, who had your phone, ran into Akechi. That's when I saw my chance, and beep, sent the signal to activate the Metaverse Navigator. But there was a chance they'd just pass each other without saying a single word. That's why we needed you to tell Sai Nijima to show the phone to Akechi. This plan still surprises me no matter how many times I hear it. Still, I couldn't just directly hack into the Metaverse Nav. It's a mysterious app after all. But you know how it has that bookmark function? All you have to do is push the button. Making the phone think he was pushing that button was totally doable. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, that's how we activated that's how we pulled Akechi into the Metaverse. Was basically, I had to convince Sai to stop and have a conversation with Akechi with the phone. Once Futaba saw that the two phones were next to each other, she remotely activated the Navigator app, which caused Akechi to walk into the Metaverse. At the same time that Sai entered the Metaverse, she goes up the elevator, and that's when Futaba contacts her and causes her to stay in the palace, far away from everything, so she doesn't accidentally walk into the bulk of her palace, and then convinces her to walk back to the entrance, which pulls her back into reality and then allows her to escape with you.
I'll just add this.
All right.
I'm gonna head back then.
Time to sleep.
Guess you won't be going to school for a while. Don't worry about it. This'll be a breeze compared to what we've had to face so far. And we'll have all the time to come up with the plans together. To be perfectly honest, I don't really care what happens to Shido, one way or the other. But when I consider the fact that he's your enemy, I naturally think he's my enemy as well. I'm going to stay with you until the very end.
Is this finally Makoto 10?
We should get to sleep.
No, god damn it.
Something that Futaba said before, when you were in a pinch in the palace, she picked up a reading of someone who came to your rescue. Was that...
It was Kasumi.
So it was Yoshizawa. Then we'd better let her know you're safe now. And I'll even lend you a hand with that.
God damn it, I need Morgana 10. Okay.
There's no point in even having an election. Shido's gonna win.
Of course, he's the only reliable politician there is. Plus, the current government has been getting wrapped up in scandal after scandal. Even more importantly, there's just an aura about him. Like he can fix whatever problems we have.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me who does it. I just want to see our society back on track. Especially after it turned out those phantom thieves were nothing more than scum in the end.
No. Go lay down.
We'll show you.
I heard you went home, so I announced it during homeroom. But that's a lie, right? It is. I just knew. Planning something with Sakamoto-kun and the others, huh? Well, try not to get in trouble with... Try not to trouble the school or the parents, okay? Also, make sure you're keeping up with your studies. I'll handle your homework as long as you request me. That reminds me, I still need to contact her. Let her know she's off the hook. How could the police let him commit suicide in jail? They need to get their shit together. You're in class. Break's been over for quite some time now. I swear, you're like monkeys in a zoo. Oh yeah, I received word from Singer's family that he'll be absent for a bit. Geez, what do you people think school is anyways? It's almost time. Hey, can't be true, can it? Please tell me you're okay. No problems here. Oh, thank God you're safe. That suicide report was all over the news, and Miss Kawakami said you went back to your hometown. I was honestly worried about contacting you. Even Sakamoto was dodging the question when I tried to ask him. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone. By the way, the fan site is a real mess right now, but I'll keep supporting you from the shadows. Good luck.
Hey.
But try not to do anything to draw attention. Anyway, today's the day off, so eat your curry and take it easy. Your time with it, too. It's not like any customers are going to be showing up.
Okay.
Time to go. Have you guys figured out the keywords to Shido's palace yet? I tried all sorts of stuff, but no luck so far. It is hard to understand the thought processes of a criminal mastermind like him. You know, I've been wondering, if he's been behind all those mental shutdowns, doesn't that mean all the weird accidents from these past few years were his fault? Like that subway accident back in April? Now that you mention it, the accident lost the Minister of Transportation his job. Wait, are you trying to say Shido caused that accident? But it's the subway. Does he not care at all about innocent lives? The man seems to be truly unbelievable. Supposedly, there's still tons of victims from that in the hospital even now. Masayoshi Shido. How many has he killed over the years? How could we ever understand what goes on in the mind of such a horrible man? Hey, wouldn't it be faster if we just go there and try and think about it on site? Let's try that. If we're gonna go, I'd like Dissinger to join, but will that be okay? Won't somebody spot him there? Eh, we'll probably figure out the keyword in no time once we're there. Plus, I can throw anyone who tells us with my blazing speed. Alright, let's have Dissinger join us then. Remember though, we're going with the intent of not being seen. Okay, Well, let's meet in front of the Diet building and force that bastard's palace open.
Let's head to the Diet building. Make sure you aren't discovered, okay?
I keep saying Diet, but it's Diet. I'm not sure if that's actually how the Japanese pronounce it either.
You going out? You gotta
That's
be
the
kidding
plan.
me. You realize you're done for if you get caught, right? Ugh. The stunts you pull sometimes. Just don't stay out too late.
Akechi isn't here.
Let's begin at once. Police cars are making rounds, so we can't stay here too long. We already have Masayo Shishido and Diet building. All we need is what he thinks of this place.
Maybe Mount Fuji, since it's the highest place in the country?
Conditions have not been met.
What about a mansion?
Conditions have
Since he's going to subjugate everyone as Prime Minister, perhaps a school?
What about an arena, like the Colosseum?
Imperial Palace? It's no good.
I thought we would have gained entry by now. Maybe we shouldn't have called you here.
Hey,
It's fine.
You think he's guarding his whole palace with a barrier? Shido stole the cognitive science research, right? Well, maybe it had some special move written in it.
It did, but not one you're thinking of.
Who knows? I've got no idea. There was nothing like that in the notes I saw.
Oh, it was there. You might have
Anyways,
missed it.
What kind of person is Shido? I can't figure him out.
I did some light research on him last night, but I couldn't get a grasp on the type of man he is.
That man over there is probably a legislator, right? I'll try asking him. Excuse me. I'm a member of the newspaper club at my high school. May I speak with you for a moment?
Sure.
What kind of person is Representative Shido? What's he think about the national diet?
His stance is dedication for country. It's how he's garnered everyone's trust. He's an admirable man of action, with a first-class determination. I'd say he's a model politician. I believe that he'll help create a wonderful future in which young adults like you can live in ease.
An exemplary answer. It makes sense he wouldn't tell teenagers anything unnecessary.
Look over there. He's on a walkie-talkie.
Wait, is it about us?
That doesn't look good.
We should leave at 1. Tomorrow's the day off, so let's have an early strategy meeting. Meet at LeBlanc, okay?
We should all think about this tonight.
The criminals calling themselves the Phantom Thieves are no more. However, I believe
I'm overjoyed to have a competent in precedence. Allow me to act as your lead for a little longer. Like, Kawakami, I believe's at 9. And I just need to call her over and she'll be rank 10. And then whenever I go to the metaverse, I can have her give me a massage and it'll clear me up. Sojiro is 100% done. Like, yesterday I got the twins, Sojiro, Ryuji.
No good.
How many do we miss?
Perhaps he truly does have a barrier up.
Right?
That's not something to be excited about. We know all the way up to Diet Building, too.
So you enter keywords into the Metaverse Navigator.
Boss, can you turn the TV on? Shido might be on it.
Sure thing.
Fucking Akechi.
Goro Akechi. Him and his stupid composed face.
So, Akechi-san, is it true you withdrew yourself from the media as part of your plan to capture the Phantom Thieves?
I truly apologize for causing such a stir. Honestly, it required a lot of courage to openly oppose them when their popularity was at its peak. I mean, people often lashed out at me online and whatnot.
Then was it also your plan when you said they weren't at fault after their popularity declined?
That was to catch them off guard. I could say I applied my profiling knowledge. Once they lost public support, someone they thought was their greatest enemy lent a hand. That's the same strategy used in romance, wouldn't you agree?
Why is he being treated as an ace detective of justice?
It's not just on TV or online. Newspapers, magazines. I see his face everywhere.
On the other hand, no one's hoping for our comeback on the fan site. Like, at all.
We're at like 0%. Maybe
Thieves are evil.
maybe points of a percent.
It should be the other way around.
They're manipulating information using the media.
Leaving Akechi aside, we'll get back at him later. Our main issue is Shido.
Were there any instances before when you didn't know the palace keywords?
Well, there was the time with Futaba.
We didn't know anything about her, so all we could do was make conjectures. Then why don't we just go directly and see Shido?
That's impossible. He's surrounded by bodyguards and followers all the time.
There's no way high school students can get an appointment with him either.
Well, we do have an adult with us.
No, that's still impossible. Besides, that's too dangerous a method.
Well, this is a problem.
What's with the ruckus outside?
Isn't that an election campaign car?
Oh, right! The candidates are currently campaigning.
That voice.
I apologize for the commotion. I am Masayoshi Shido.
Wait, did he just say Shido?
Yeah, he did!
Sounds like the same voice I heard back then.
Man, talk about being lucky! We can go check him out without an appointment now!
You idiot.
Hey, Ryuji ran off toward the station. This way. By the way, we didn't seem well a moment ago.
Now is the time to rebuild this crumbling nation. Our government is littered with scandals, and criminals have taken a strong foothold in our society. Such a disgraceful past must be discarded. We must set sail into a new future of dreams and hope. So our children who carry the burden of the next generation can be proud of their country. So our nation can once again become a powerful one with abundant wealth and luxury. So our beautiful home will be acknowledged as the best country in the world. I humbly ask that you cast your vote for me, Masayoshi Shido.
guy? You guys wait here. I'll go get intel for us.
Wait!
Hey! Yo, Shido-san!
Stand back.
I just want to talk to him for a sec.
He's a busy man.
The hell? Ain't he supposed to hear a citizen's comments?
That's enough, Brad.
You're that asshole we met at the hotel before, at the elevators. Oh, I'm sorry. So you can butt in front of other people if you're in a hurry?
What are you talking about?
That moron! Come on,
Yep.
stop!
But these guys...
And here we go.
Hey, kid. You don't want to know what happens when you cross me.
That voice.
It seems the customer base has changed since I was here last. Have they started a daycare? This ain't a show. Get lost, kid. Damn brat! I'll sue!
Police on my bitches. There's no mistake. He's the same one man as the one from before.
What are you looking at? This country is filled with clueless children. I worry for Japan's future. Let them go. My next appointment is coming up.
What a piece of shit. So what do you think after seeing him in person?
He's the one who accused me.
Wait, he's the jerk you told us about before? The same guy? For real? Seriously?
You're sure, aren't you? Shido's the one who ruined your life.
Holy shit. I don't believe it.
Let's get going, okay?
Shido's the guy who set you up?
What kind of fate brought you two back together?
I want to know myself.
About a destined connection. Shido was involved in the cognitive research too, right? This can't be dismissed as just a coincidence.
God, what the hell's going on here?
Shido was already a politician then. Yet he sued a student and ruined his future? He must have pulled some strings so that his name wouldn't be mentioned.
Exactly.
Furthermore, he also would have had to force that woman into making a false statement.
He would do anything.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about a man who ordered a hit inside the police station.
I mean,
He
good
can't
point.
sit still until he crushes whoever opposes him, no matter how trivial. He's always been that way.
What a piece of shit. Children are the future, my ass. What he's saying and doing are completely different.
But now
Calm
that we
down there,
found out who
Raichi.
did it, can't something be done about his record?
Once the courts have made a judgment, overturning that decision will be difficult. It'd barely be possible even if proof of innocence is presented and Shido admits to his crimes.
Notice how she said it's barely possible. The courts, I guess the courts in Japan hate going back on themselves.
At any rate, we need to trigger a change of heart in him.
Be that as it may, Shido's outer appearance and his true face are wholly different. It's beyond hypocritical. It's as if he's an entirely different person.
He
Oh, yeah.
speaks about the good of the country. It makes me wonder what really is on his mind.
That man's full of ambition to rise in the world. He only thinks of the weak as stepping stools for his success.
He treats himself as an elite man while looking down on others. That's the worst.
I assume the key word for what he believes the Diet building is will be despicable too.
It must be something self-centered and completely different from politics.
Someone like him needs to be punished as soon as possible.
Let's head to the Diet building again right after school tomorrow. I feel we'll get it this time.
Stewing over it won't get anywhere. We have to do this.
Do I get an evening? What an oddly poetic twist. Oh yeah, those clothes. You'd stand out if everyone else is wearing their school uniforms. You might be a good idea to wear your uniform when you head out.
Hey!
Christ almighty, cat!
I do?
Make sure your clothes up. Let me explain.
Yogurt. This cultured dairy product is used to add acidity, richness, and sweetness to the curry. It also balances out the spice level. Common in India, curry's home country, yogurt is known for its probiotics, which serve to strengthen the immune system. I wonder if the curry changes color when you add that. You throw it all together with such gusto. Could it be the secret ingredient is confidence? We'll go until I actually get in the palace, and then we'll cut it there. And then I'll start tomorrow by doing the palace.
Yes! Alright.
Oh!
2 master curry.
Well then.
Seems like there will be a higher voter turnout at the election. It'll totally be an easy win for Shido-kun. He really got famous from all that Phantom Thieves business. Yeah. The diet building. Aren't you proud of me? Don't you leave it on hoping that Akechi will be there? Well, not that I blame you. He's a real hero. I think Masayoshi Shido is even more amazing, though. He's the first politician I've ever believed in. Oh, I know Shido-san too. Sounds like he really wants to improve the country. Okay. Everything's fine. Thank goodness. There's no way the Phantom Thieves could be defeated. Man, it's such a relief to hear things are okay. Well, if you need anything, I'll be at the arcade.
Security guards became suspicious of us last time, so we can't stay here for long. But we still have no hit.
Think it's a barrier after all?
Where'd your
No.
enthusiasm from yesterday go?
Ah, shut up. The real game starts at 2 outs.
Enough chatting. You should only be thinking about the keyword.
The citizens are secondary. He only cares about his own well-being and that of his lackeys.
He wants to become Prime Minister, even if it means trampling on others. Fortune, rich people. Hey, can you think of anything based on what you've heard from him? Just try saying anything. It doesn't matter if you guess.
Incompetent fools like you just need to shut your mouths and follow where I steer this country.
Steer?
It was a match?
What? The diet building's a ship? What kind of scenery will that be? The actual building's on land.
I can't even begin to imagine what it will be like.
Well, whatever it is, looks like there are no barriers.
Oh, shut up! Let's hurry up and go in.
Are we clear of the guard's sight?
Get closer to the wall just in case. All right, do it.
Here we go.
Did anything change? We went in, right?
Security guards seem to be gone, but it's difficult to tell for certain. This seems to be similar to what happened with Sis's palace.
But this time, the diet building remains unchanged.
The gate wasn't open earlier, though.
Wait, look! Mona's appearance is different. That means we're definitely in a palace.
Come on, let's go take a look.
How's it look over there? See anything?
Nah, it's totally normal.
I'll check it out.
Huh?
What the heck?
What's up, Futaba? Futaba?
What is it?
The hell?
this country may sink, he alone will survive. That's what this cognition is about, huh?
Yep. He doesn't care what happens to the rest of the country so long as he is remaining in charge and everybody who supports him is taken care of.
Bullshit! A country that children can be proud of my ass is completely sunken in his head. If a guy like this stands above everyone, we're seriously done for.
This is beyond ridiculous.
The same goes for Akechi. He should have seen this scenery as well. Yet he still aided Shido.
What in the world is he thinking? Whether it be for glory or for simply a reward, my father died because of someone like this.
We gotta sink Shido instead of this country. A palace with not just the center of the distortion, but the entire country sunken. I can't believe there's someone with this tremendous of a desire. Be careful. This will be completely different from past palaces.
We're definitely gonna take his treasure.
Business as usual, folks.
What a lame way to start this off.
No? I think that's how it should be. We haven't failed yet, so if we calmly give this our all, the results will surely follow. We must put an end to this by December 17th, the day before the elections. Let the infiltration begin. Time to pay him back for setting us up into a trap.
Wait.
If our clothes are changing, I guess he don't see us as a threat yet, huh? Speaking of that, shouldn't Dis have been disguising himself on the way here? Seeing someone in a disguise with a bunch of kids in school uniforms would be super weird. Well, we won't have to worry about any of that once we steal the treasure. Let's do this.
I'll just add this.
The Ship of Pride. We're going to call it there. We will start the Ship of Pride tomorrow night. Hopefully we'll get it all done in one go. That was me. Oh, shut up. Let's see.
Viewing the wonderful experience we've had together during this raid.
Hey, he said go.
Okay, we are going to raid. We're gonna raid into Phenomenon. He's currently playing a retro game. Which retro game? By chance, doesn't say in the title. Doesn't say. But he's currently doing some retro games. Appreciate it if you guys could all show up. I will see you guys tomorrow night when we will take on the Palace of Pride and hopefully finish out Palace number 7. Thank you guys for coming on out. I really do appreciate it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
This is such a great commercial. And it's cool. What's up, Dissinger? Secret of Mana. Dissinger, how's your stream? What were you up to? Persona 5 Royal. How's that playthrough going? Don't worry, that catch rate will go up, Daniel. Water, best option for ice types. Resist fire. Resist steel? No. I don't know what it resists. Grass? Hello? Hello? Okay. Nothing happening there. It's good to see you, Dissinger. Thanks for choosing our channel to raid. Water does resist steel. Okay. Catch rate ain't going up. Usually does. Burger was good, yeah. Just finished it.
Bye, Toy.
Beep.
Come